mighty, the gates beside thee. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee.
Thank you so much. Welcome you to Makerere University. Before we go ahead, I would like to recognize the presence of Professor Sylvia Nanyonga Nachimera Tamsuza, these names. Prof, you're most welcome. Prof is the head of our GAMSU, which is Grants Management and Support Unit at Makerere University. You're most welcome. I saw Professor Wiyinza here, who is academic registrar, and he will be joining us soon. I recognize the presence of Dr. Veni Mbabazi, who is the chair of the Department of Religion and Peace Studies at Makerere University. I would also like to warmly welcome everyone here, all our current cohort of Peace Fellows and those in cohort 4 who are going to present their peace initiatives. I would like us to kickstart this with welcome remarks by cohort 6. I hope there is someone who is going to do that, and then we will move on from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isaac. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed participants. My name is Caroline Mtimbanyoka from Zimbabwe, and I'm here representing the Cohort 6 Peace Fellows. So on behalf of Cohort 6 Peace Fellows, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to this capstone seminar. We have come together with a collective aspiration for learning, personal and professional advancement, and a commitment to serve our communities. Today, we gather here with a common purpose to explore and engage in meaningful discussions on one of the most pressing issues facing our beloved continent and the world. The world continues to face conflicts and unrest, regardless of our rich culture, history, and diversity. Peace building and conflict transformation, therefore, becomes very key in an attempt to tackle and reduce many of these issues. Our role as peace practitioners and researchers is to ensure that we strive for lasting peace. So this conference serves as a platform for us to come together as change agents, peace advocates, and catalysts for transformation to share knowledge, experience, and best practices in peace building, conflict resolution, and reconciliation. By doing so, we aim to explore innovative approaches to building sustainable peace in our communities. Today, we have a very rich program that includes keynote speeches, presentations, and interactive sessions. We are privileged today with a pool of experts, professors, doctors, researchers, and development practitioners from across Africa and beyond, who will share with us their insights and practical strategies for peace building. We hope that these discussions will inspire and equip each one of us to make a tangible difference in our respective sphere of influence. Allow me to say congratulations, Makorokoto, Amhlope, to Cohort 4 as they celebrate their achievement and present to us the work that they've been doing in their different parts of Africa and beyond. I hope that today we will create time to network, engage in fruitful conversations, and build partnerships that will extend beyond these walls. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you. May this conference be a catalyst for change, a platform for collaboration, and a stepping stone towards a more peaceful world. Thank you. Siyabonga. Wibalinyo.
Mwebalinyo. Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to invite the class leader for cohort 4 to please present your remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. You are welcome to this 4th capstone seminar taking place today on the 18th of October, 2023. Of course, the Rotary Peace Fellowship, I will say, is one of the best in the world that I've ever attended. in terms of content and in terms of professional networking and lectures. Yes, we have come to the end of our program, which marks instead the beginning of greater opportunities beyond Africa and beyond the world. To our lecturers, we wish to say thank you. Thank you so much for the time you have dedicated to feed us with knowledge on peace building and conflict transformation, and as well the practical experiences that we had on the field. We wish to say thank you. We also want to thank Rotary International and Makere Rotary Peace Center for this great initiative and for opening doors to us. We want to thank all our host counselors for opening doors to us, because through this Rotary Peace Fellowship, Uganda has become a home for us. So I invite you to listen attentively as we shall be presenting our various capstones projects that has taken place in different parts of the world, from Cameroon to Liberia to Uganda and also in Argentina. Please feel comfortable and listen to us. Thank you.
And thank you for the hard work you've put into this. We are really, truly proud of you, Cohort 4. And I'm glad to be associated with those that I've worked with on their initiatives. I'd like to invite the director of the Rotary Peace Center to make her remarks. Professor Helen Nambalirwan Kabala, please step up to the podium and make your remarks. Thank you.
I do not know where to start. I do not know where to end, but just know I'm happy. On behalf of the management team, we would like to most sincerely congratulate Cohort 4. Congratulations. So, Cohort 6, you have a challenge to either outdo them or do like them. So, Chairman and your team, please take your seats. And now I will go official. All protocol observed. It was in 2021, February, when we received our very first cohort of fellows. And since then, we haven't looked back. In this room are very many Makerere University dignitaries, and they will be recognized. But I would like to recognize one of our partners, because this is the first capstone that we jointly hold. Martin Scott, please stand up for recognition. Martin Scott is from Mediators Beyond Borders International. We've been working together with him on a journey together with Cohort 4, and I'm very sure you're as excited as I am. It's a very special day for us. We would like to welcome you most sincerely, and please feel at home. I bring you greetings from the Vice Chancellor. I know ahead you'll be hearing from the Academic Registrar, because he's the one who owns this function. And it is very exciting to see that you are finished. Friends, what I would like to tell you that anyone who has not completed is not here. So all of you are here because you successfully completed, and would like to congratulate you. In a very special way, allow me recognize our friends from Cohort 3. Rubaramira, please. And Eldad. Where is Eldad? He's not yet here. Rubaramira was in Cohort 3, but unfortunately he didn't present because he was in the Ebola response team. So by the time his colleagues were presenting, he was responding to the Ebola crisis in a place where there was a lockdown. So he could not join us. We are happy to have you definitely, and we celebrate you today. I would like to wish you a very good day. What I can say is that since Cohort 1, we are now celebrating 72 social initiatives. And by social initiatives, we are talking about impact projects by each fellow in different countries, in different communities, on different continents. And for that, we celebrate each and every fellow who goes out to create change within the community. I don't want to preempt what they are going to talk about, but just know that each fellow here is a catalyst of change. And the change is not in one angle, it is in different angles. And it is for that reason that the Rotary Peace Center exists. We want to thank you. And before I sit, I would like to recognize our very important partners also from Rotary. Team members from Rotary, please stand up. We have many of you in the room. Thank you very much. We have our area host coordinator and we have hosts. And by the area host coordinator, I would like to really send you to all our dear hosts. While we take care of the academic side, our colleagues from Rotary take care of the social side. And we thank you for helping us balance this boat. It would not sail if Rotary was not holding our arm on the other side. One, we recognize all Rotarians worldwide because they are the funders of all the fellows here. Every Rotarian makes a contribution, and it is that contribution which makes fellows stand here. And as I stand here, they are hosting a concert on the 3rd of November this year to continue a solicit for funding, which will ensure that we have fellows continuing to pass through this Rotary Peace Center. So we really want to recognize you and to thank you. Please, a hand clap for Rotary. And another one for Rotary.
I'm speaking on behalf of the advisory board and specifically the committee in charge of the academics of our fellows. When the center began, we did not envisage what we are seeing today, because when you write a project, you can never tell what comes out until it has been realized. I want to say that we, as the academic board, we are very, very excited that so far we have delivered more than 90 fellows we have received, and also our fellows have produced more than 50 social change initiatives. These initiatives aim at impacting communities, and of course today we are going to witness the sharing of the reports of what our fellows of the 4th cohort have been doing. I want here to acknowledge all the members, the academic staff that have supported this journey. I want also to acknowledge in absentia our chair, Professor Grace Bantebia, who has led us in this process of, the process that is bringing us today. Probably before I continue, it'd be important for me to just spell out a few roles of the academic committee. Our part, as I've said, we are part of the advisory committee, but it is in our responsibility to participate in the process of selecting the fellows. Mr. Vice Chancellor and also the academic registrar, but also our newest advisory board member. I know you'll be introduced in that capacity later. I would like to inform you that the selection of these fellows is very, very rigorous. And whoever is here is the cream of the cream in the entire world. We usually get more than 100 applications, but that's what comes to Makerere. Before that, there's a process that is carried out by the Rotary International. And then after we've gone through that process through the academic board, which is actually constituted by professors and other very engaged people from the Rotary, engaged in peace building, then it is submitted to the school, which also does its own due diligence before it is presented to the college and then finally to your docket. So, Mr. Vice Chancellor, stroke our registrar, the people you are seeing here today are people that we are very confident that are going to transform the world. The other, what beyond the selection, we constitute and lead the mentorship team that guides the students throughout. They are not left on their own. And that explains why they are able to complete in record time. They have that support. And I really want to recognize all the mentors and say thank you for the work well done. We also are concerned about the quality assurance. We have to assess and make sure that the university policies are adhered to before we actually present them for graduation. So unlike other units, I want to say, Mr. Vice Chancellor, that the graduates from this program are really cream, and you are going to witness today with what they have been doing. Today we are going to have 21 presentations, and as the director has already mentioned, 2 from cohort 3, and we want to thank you. We appreciate that you're still alive to be able to present. We are very proud of you. And then 19 are from cohort 4. And they're doing varieties or several different issues. But I want to say that the center is impacting people from different professions, including the security, those in the media, public health, even religious leaders. So we are actually touching every aspect of life. And we hope that as we continue to contribute to this peace-building process, we will have a better world. Sometimes I talk a lot, but I know people have come here to listen to the social change initiatives, and they want to see how Makerere is contributing to this very urgently needed initiative. I want to thank the director and your team. You've made us very, very proud as the advisory board, and in our case, the academic committee. Without any more performance, I would like to invite my boss and Professor Eric Acheng. Acheng is a female. Sorry. I would like to welcome you and you address us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Sylvia Tamusoza. You will allow me to shorten your very long name for that very elaborate presentation. The Vice Chancellor here represented by the Academic Registrar, Professor Mukadasi Buyinza, Professor Sylvia Tamusuza, representing the advisory board here, other members of the advisory board who are here, Professor Ellen Nkabala Nambalira, our director for the Rotary Peace Center, Rotarian Edith Kakuba, Professor Veneranda Mbabazi, who is also the head of the Department of Religion and Peace Studies, where the project is actually, the center is actually located, although the center is attached to the college, but it also has a spiritual home within the center where Professor Ellen actually comes from. Distinguished senior consultant anesthetologist, and also OST area coordinator, Dr. Margaret Okello. I thought I should introduce her in that way because some of you might not know what she actually does, but she's a very senior doctor serving humanity in that area that God has given her. Dr. Elizabeth Nansubuga, Mr. Martin Scott from the Mediators Beyond Borders, ladies and gentlemen, our fellows who are today presenting their CAPSTONE Conference. I'm very happy and delighted to be here to speak on this very auspicious occasion. We are always happy when we have this conference for the fellows to present to us their work. What we all know is that peace, as it is known, is a very important word. Peace is a very important word, but we also know that peace has become very elusive in many contexts. As I stand here today, as we meet here today, we know there's a lot of conflict happening around the world. The most recent being the escalation of the situation in Israel and Palestine, where very many innocent people, children, women, have been caught up, and actually thousands have already lost their life, with hundreds of thousands more actually injured, hundreds more, with thousands more injured. This tells you that whatever we do as Rotarian or whatever we do as fellows is very important. Sometimes we think what we are doing at the local level might not make an impact. But what we know is that many of the conflicts which are flared up in the world started as little issues. They started as micro issues at the community level, at household level, at family level, and they flared up, affecting all communities, affecting the whole country, and then of course some moving beyond. Even when I reflect down here in our East African community region, or the Great Lakes region, as people might want to refer to, we have significant conflict around us. The situation in Sudan has not yet changed. When we go to the Eastern Congo, the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, every now and then we are reading about cases of violence. Just a few days ago, I think many of you may have heard that some tourists and their guide was shot dead in one of our national parks, which is not something which gives good mileage to us as a country. Of course, it might have some impact on our tourism industry. So there is conflict all around us. And of course, this therefore signify the importance of this little initiative that we actually do. So I would like to assure the fellows that I'm convinced that what they have done, whatever engagement they have done at the local level, however small it is to them, is important for improving humanity, for improving individual and eventually community well-being, which might actually translate into national well-being. So I take this opportunity to congratulate the fellows for what they have done and to encourage them to continue doing what they are actually doing. The College of Humanities and Social Science is privileged to host the Rotary Peace Center. We are also happy to hear that more initiatives are ongoing to raise funds to ensure that we continue receiving more fellows who, of course, are making significant contribution in the different parts of the world from where they actually come. We are also happy that we have very able leadership of the Secretariat in the person of Professor Ellen Inkabala, who, as you know, has brought exuberant energy, commitment, and utmost dedication to the center, providing strategic leadership and ensuring that we achieve our objectives for the formation of the center. Without wasting much time, I would like to now take this opportunity to invite the Vice Chancellor, here represented by Professor Buyinza. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir. Thank you.
Our international visitors here present, my colleagues in university administration, the center management team led by Professor Helen Inkabala, the director, the chair of the academic board of the advisory team, the deputy principal, who has just given his opening remarks, colleagues here present and under this roof, a good morning to you all. It gives me a lot of pleasure to come and join colleagues that are passionate about humanity. In this room, I know that there are many colleagues that have traveled from far and wide to come and join us with a single mission of building peace. Allow me to recognize, of course, with a special gratitude and thanks to Mr. Martin Scott, Mediation Beyond Borders. Welcome to Makerere University. I've been told that there is a representative from the Church of Uganda, a reverend from St. Peter's in Tinda, here present. Thank you very much for joining us. Of course, I know for sure that we have the area host coordinator. This is Ms. Okero. Thank you very much. I'm reminded that we have colleagues from the Social Change Initiative. The fellows, of course, they could be fellows from the third cohort and previous cohort. You are sincerely welcome. A good morning to you all. I carry warm greetings and regards from the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, who is unable to join us because he's out on official duty, but his spirit is here. And he conveys special appreciation to the organizers, that is the director of the Peace Center and your team, for organizing such an important event. You've called it the fourth CAPSTONE Conference. And later in the day, we shall be knowing what CAPSTONE is about. I'm lucky that I participated in the first and second cohort quite closely and intently, and I know the vision and objective of this particular program and initiative. As a university, of course, I raise on a point of recognition that Rotary supports and has always continued to support peace all over the world. And having a center at Makerere, of course, demonstrates our resolve to continue building for peace. I know for sure that through these initiatives, the university has emphasized its effort to Rotary Varsity Network and also building for humanity. We know we cannot build the next generation of academics unless we really work on the values and their attitude and the perception in life. This is exactly what we are doing, and I want to thank the team that are behind this. Peace builders from all over the world, when you converge to reflect on the Rotary's extraordinary responses to conflict, as the Deputy Principal has ably articulated, we live in very difficult times. There is literally conflict in every corner of the world. It really worries not only me, but everybody, every responsible citizen is worried what will happen, what will our tomorrow be like. That means we have work on our table really to avert the unfortunate and devastating situation that we see in the world. And also, we should commit and reinforce, our resolve to creating environments where peace flourishes. This is in tune with the university strategic vision that we are not only a premier university, but we are a university that is building a community that is due to transform the world. I know for sure that as fellows, as you are coming to the end of your training, you are carrying valuable lessons back home. And among the lessons, you should carry, of course, the usual Rotary vision of service beyond self. Service beyond self. There is nothing more important as being useful and resourceful to humanity. This is all we want you to carry back home. I know for sure that even as the Deputy Principal ably articulated the many worrisome conditions around us, there are still a crop of us that believe that our tomorrow is full of prospects, and we believe that together we can continue to actualize our vision and even think of the Sustainable Development Goal in its entirety. I know for sure that the director and many other colleagues have given you a little bit of institutional profile, but when you review our profile, you learn that we have a strong commitment really to inclusivity. We want to carry everybody on board in whatever we do, in our teaching and learning, in our research vision, and even our community service. That way, it means that we are contributing to the vision, we are contributing to the development of communities, and also furthering peace in the world. We have to remember that development or peace cannot be achieved keeping a major section of society underdeveloped. Therefore, how do we, through training, through service to society, how do we help society to emancipate themselves and also get out of poverty? Because we believe that a wealth and enlightened section of society can play an important role in the establishment of peace through eradication of illiteracy and superstition and many other African charismatic values that we've heard over years, but these have worked to our disadvantage. I hope that fellows that have converged here, that have undergone training, will continue their efforts for establishing peace, removing the walls that divide the capability and the capable and incapable, the rich and the poor, the powerful and the powerless, all to really live a fulfilled life. Once again, I know I'm reminded and I'm alive to the fact that we have a long day to go. We have 21 presentations to receive. Therefore, I don't want to stand in your way to receiving these very insightful reflections on how we can develop humanity and society in general. I want to extend my thanks once again to you all, and Director, Do you want to declare this year's Capstone Conference open? Please. With these few many words. It is my singular honor and duty and pleasure indeed to declare the conference open and look forward to fruitful deliberations in the course of the day. Thank you very much.
First, we have gone to Kira College. Now we know what we have from there. Thank you so much, Prof. And I associate with Prof on many fronts as someone who went through the hands that taught me many years ago. And Helen, hello. We're glad this has been opened, and we look forward to a beautiful, beautiful day. We're going to listen into a lot of stuff, and we hope we can keep the pace and the momentum. We look forward to an amazing array of presentations today. I'd like, before we start, or rather before we go to break, I'm going to ask Dr. Margaret Okello to come and give a few remarks, and we'll see what happens thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Our representative of the Vice Chancellor, all the dignified staff of Makerere University, our guest here present, all protocol observed. I don't want to say much because the capstone has already been opened, and most of the fellows are now eager to start their presentation. But I stand here representing Rotary, Uganda, District 9213 and 9214, and also Rotary International. I want to start by thanking our leaders in Rotary International for finding Makerere University worthy of hosting the Rotary Peace Center. I must tell you that it was a great struggle. Rotary Uganda had to put up a big fight to make sure that this center, and the only center in Africa, is hosted at Makerere. We had, of course, a big fight from the West Africans, but Ugandans being what we are, we had to take the Rotary Peace Center for Africa to be in Makerere. And of course, Makerere being one of the oldest university and most prestigious in Africa. So I really want to thank you. And I want to thank the staff and management of Makerere University for not letting Rotary down, upholding all the service above self principle and making this center run smoothly. I want to start by saying that this presentation, Capstone, is a very important event for Rotary International. Because, as you all know, peace and conflict prevention is very high on the Rotary work plan. And I want to tell you that Rotary actually participated in drafting the UN peace agenda way back in the 1940s. So Rotary has never put aside the intents to make sure that this world is peaceful. The importance on this capstone is also seen by when we presented Capstone 2, the whole Rotary International president was present here in Makerere to see and to listen to the initiatives the fellows are presenting. And as your host area coordinator, I must tell you that Rotary International has again contacted me that next year the Rotary International president would love to be here at a presentation because they really hold this very dear to their heart. And the work the Peace Fellows go out and do across the globe cannot be underrated. They indeed have presented peace concept across the globe, and we thank Makerere for this. I also want to tell you that Rotary has 7 peace universities across the globe, but it was only 2 which were offering the certificate or diploma program, and now 1 has dropped off, so we only have it in Makerere University. So I want to encourage the fellows and the teaching staff that make sure that we excel so that this center also does not close. And in order for us to excel, of course, the Rotarians have to keep the support they offer, which we promised at the opening of the Peace Center, that we will always support the Makerere Peace Center. We are going to do this. We've been doing it in the last 3 years. This is going to be the 3rd one in the last 2 years by hosting the Peace Concert. And I want to encourage the management and staff of Makerere. Please join us for the Peace Concert, because this is the only way, biggest way we have, which Uganda is seen to raise funds for this Peace Center. Last year alone, we had about $120,000 raised. Was it 120 or 1.2 million? I think it was $1.2 million raised by the Peace Concert. And this year, we have already started the preparations for the Peace Concert, which is going to be on the 3rd of November in Munyonyo. And I would love to see the Makerere University staff, management present at this concert. Those who cannot be present, you can still support by paying online and attend the virtual conference, because we have all these modes. And it is the only way we are seen by Rotary International to raise funds. And remember that on each of the fellows who come for the diploma course, Rotary International has to part with $11,000 to transport the fellows to Makerere, to support their studies, and to bring them to CAPSTONE until they finish. $11,000 for each of them. And this has to be raised. And we promise as Rotarians that we will raise this fund. And that is why the Peace Center was given to us in Uganda. We are rallying all the Rotarians across Africa especially, and even those abroad, to support Makerere Peace Center. And we have really got a very positive support from all the African regions. And we hope that Makerere itself will also stand out to support this center, so that the works of the Rotarians are not in vain. To my fellow Rotarians here present, I must thank you so much, because when I made a call for you people to host the fellows, all the presidents supported this call and divided themselves and gave me host counselors from their clubs. And for the fellows, I know you're going to have a wonderful time. That is cohort 6. And cohort 4, you have already had the experience of Rotarians hosting you during your course. And I know that it doesn't stop here. It continues, and forever you will be friends of Uganda. Thank you. Lastly, I want just to say that as Rotary International and Rotary Uganda, we are fully committed to supporting Makerere Peace Center. And we will not let you down. We'll always be with you and make sure that your course is run smoothly. Thank you so much. I want to say.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kello. Trying to start trouble for us East Africans and West Africans. Please disregard that. We don't want trouble for ourselves, but Yeah, but thank you so much for that. And just to say this is all concerted effort. We do not take it for granted that we have this happening. We have this center here in Uganda and in Africa, and we're really, really, really proud of all you people that have really done your part to make sure that this is sustained at Makerere and in Africa. We have tea served somewhere outside here, and once we are done with the tea, we're going to give that about 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay, my name is Tom Okop. I'm from Kenya and a Rotary Peace Fellow from Makerere University. I have a background in development studies and I have a medical background too. I've been working in Kenya in the rural sector where I work in community development and peace building. I want to congratulate and thank Rotary International for giving me this opportunity whereby I've been trained on postgraduate diploma on peace building and conflict transformation. This is a very great opportunity and a very wonderful scholarship given unto me. And I'm really requesting the Rotary International to continue with this activity so that at least so many people also can get this opportunity to study peace. We are in a very great time whereby the world is in conflict all the time. We really need peace fellows so that we can transform this world. Peace is really needed because peace is everything. Without peace, there's no development and there's nothing that we can do. There's nothing that we can achieve. We are one people and we need peace. And for this to take place, I urge Rotary International to continue sponsoring and giving opportunity to most of the fellows to come and train on peace building and conflict transformation. My humble request also is for the Rotary International to continue supporting, because this is not the end. We have trained here, but this is not the end. This is just the beginning. We are going outside there to implement social change initiatives, to continue with them. Like I myself, I was dealing with fostering positive peace on street children. We have an influx of street children in various parts of the world. So if we cannot handle this amicably, it is a time bomb. We need to handle the street children and let them live a life of dignity. Otherwise, I really congratulate and appreciate the support given to me by the Rotary International. And lastly, I want to appreciate Makerere University. It is a great university and the Rotary Peace Center is a wonderful center.
Okay, I am Samuel Ford from Liberia. By profession, I'm a senior law enforcement practitioner of the Liberian National Police, and I serve as the Assistant Commissioner of Police for Community Services of the Liberian National Police. Well, my social change initiative of the Rotary Peace Center focuses on the prevention of pre-election violence among youth using the community policing approach. This social change initiative was been very cardinal to the peace and development of our country, especially going through the electionary period, the 2023 electionary period, which of course youth play a pivotal role in maintaining the peace and stability of our country. As quoted from United Nations 2250, we speak about the participation of youth in all of the democratic process. So drawing from that background and looking forward that youth play a very important role in during election, and they are also being used as a conduit of conflict to instill violence in country. I saw this social change initiative to be very much significant to the peace building process of my dear country, Liberia. And I want to thank the Rotary Peace Center, specifically Rotary International, for their special support in these endeavors. I believe that at the Peace Center here, there was a lot learned in terms of practical peace building process, in terms of utilizing the tools in conflict prevention mechanism. I see it to be very much important to me in my social change initiative. So I want to thank all of the faculty and staff of the Rotary Peace Fellowship, the professor, specifically Dr. Helling, for her enormous support towards our coming here, and also not forgetting our host counselor who did a tremendous work in hosting us to have a very good day here at the Makerere University. Peace is a battle worth waging. So we are ambassador of peace, and we are going back. We are going back to be able to robustly move along the peace initiative of our dear country. Thank you very much. I love Rotary Peace Fellowship.
My name is Hussein Asanga from Nigeria, and I am a Rotary Peace Fellow, Cohort 3. The Rotary Peace Fellowship program has really been an amazing experience for me. I have had some years working around peace building in Nigeria, particularly in the Niger Delta region, and even that didn't prepare me for the experience here at the Rotary Peace Center in Makerere University. The experience here has been so amazing, so touching. I've had the opportunity to learn about useful and new approaches to peace building that actually work in the African context, and I've also had the opportunity to even live the experience of colleagues who have come from all over Africa and beyond. I believe that this program has a lot to give to Africa in terms of peace building, and I also have been able to meet with amazing professionals, practitioners from all over the world, and these are people that I hope to connect and work with in improving the approaches that I use back home in Nigeria to contribute to building peace. I'm particularly very grateful to the Rotary International and all the Rotarians here in Uganda who have been amazing, who have been my host counselor and colleagues. I'm also very grateful to the Makerere University, particularly the Rotary Peace Center here, for accommodating us and guiding us through this process. When we came here initially, I experienced a lot of culture shock, but the support from all these people made it easy to get by. I'm going to miss Makerere, I'm going to miss Matoke, I'm going to miss the good people and the weather in Uganda. Thank you very much, Rotary International, and thank you for all the sponsors and supporters of this program.
It's very challenging. However, I got the chance to meet Alia Abdullah. She is the founder of Meet Menta. Yeah. We start playing? Yeah. Okay, sorry. So, drama. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Okol. What's wrong?
I don't know what to do. I've been looking for a job for months now, but no one is hiring, except of a radical group that wants me to join them.
I'm very sorry you're cold. That must be very tough.
I think what we need to do is find a way of helping Okol and other youth like him. I mean, we can help them find jobs.
Yes, we need to provide the career mentorship and the guidance in order to help young people and to achieve a goal, because it's a very sad situation. Okay.
That would be great, but how we do that?
Well, I think we can start by connecting you with successful professionals in your field, maybe.
Yes, we can also provide training resources for youth like Okol, just to prevent them from even joining extremist groups.
Ultimately, our goal is to empower young people like Okol to become a real change maker in order to promote peace or other change activities within the community.
Thank you so much. Clap for Okol. And he needs to shake off and say he's no longer Okol. Just do this and say you're no longer Okol.
Yeah.
You may just need to shake off.
I'm ready to get started.
Thank you so much, Okol. You may have your seat. And Michelle, thank you. Michelle was playing earlier. We couldn't play with her online. Thank you so much. We really appreciate. So basically, in a nutshell, this was a play about a young man in Karamoja. His name is Okol, and Okol seems dejected in the play. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't have a job, and we just want to share with you. Maybe we may have a mic going maybe around the crowd to just tell us if the situation of Okol is the situation of any of you in your countries. If you have the situation of Okol, this a young man is going to school and no employment, maybe your experience. Anyone? I can have a microphone going around. Anyone who would love to participate? Yeah, there's a hand right at the back.
Yeah, many youths have studied, you have your degrees, but you're going around, you do not have any job to do. Those who want to give you jobs, they want to give you bad deals, the ones they call bad deals. Yes.
Interesting. Would you expound on the bad deals? What do you mean? What are bad deals?
Bad deals include things like drug dealing, like sexual harassment to get a job. There are many kinds of bad deals that are really going on.
Thank you. Alia may also want, I don't know if you can see us. Alia, about the bad
Yes.
deals?
I can see you, and I wanted to comment your initiative. We connect like-minded people together so that they can share their knowledge and experience, enable them to grow personally and professionally. So what we have is a pool of experts, of top-tier people. They're connected with these youth that are not able to find these jobs, so that they're better guided and supported throughout the job application process, scholarship application process, and basically just mentor them on how their career paths should be going. Thank you.
Another question? Okay, yes, please.
Okay, yes.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to also share the same experience that
okay.
despite the National Planning Authority released a report that showed that even among those who are not employed, there are millions who are no longer looking for jobs, meaning that these people have given up completely on wanting to even find a job because they have looked for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and there is no job. And majority of these people, majority of these youth who are neither in employment, neither in training, and are not looking for jobs, are always prone to exploitation from extreme groups, but also exploitation from people around who could lure them into drugs, theft, the increasing insecurities around, those those groups that we've seen, Chifesi and all these things. These are, you could find some of these were, let me say, your classmates in senior 3, but they dropped out. They're neither in training, neither in education, and they're not looking for jobs because they can't find any, and they are lured into these criminal gangs that then cause havoc around Kampala.
Mentorship program. It's the mentor's responsibility to know exactly which areas that the youth or the person, the mentee that they're dealing with, needs the most support in. So it's not just about taking you through your CV or just something to a job. It's more than that, and it's also a part of it. Also contains the mental health positively, and let them know that if you really look at the long-term vision, it's gonna give you so much more than these other things that will only provide you short-term satisfactory results. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alia. The next step will now go into, we did individual social change initiatives, and maybe Sule, you can take over the introduction. Maybe you can.
I'll let you. To implement this initiative in order to build the resilience of young people, to fight or prevent radicalism, violent extremism. And then the objective in this social change initiative, I'm to train young people over 3 days, okay, on different topics, in order to more empower the resistance against violence. The topic was what is violence extremism, and the drive factor of violence extremism within community, and so on. The second objective is the youth involvement in this process, because it's very important to integrate, to engage youth in the peace-building process. And to reach this objective, we've implemented the series of activities. The first activities was to identify first young people based on their engagement to promote peace within the community. And the second one was to maybe prepare the young people to really engage themselves in the peace-building process within the community. And then we proceed to train them. The training session was the training sessions is aimed to maybe allow young people to really take action in this social change initiative, not only as a beneficiary, but also as a partners. Want to say something?
Maybe the other thing we may need to mention about Sule's project is actually the gender component. Would you kindly talk about the gender component and how you're bringing youths, both men and women, together alike?
Gender component, I want to, it was important to mention that because 35 young people were empowered by the social change initiative, include 20 women. 20 women in this process. It was a big challenge for me because we know it's common in Africa, the rural area is not easy to engage the women in this kind of process. Okay, we try, but I think it was also successful because 20 women, 15 young men together. A bit social change initiative. I want to maybe remind about another context. This context was like a free community in Napumpu, Lolito, and Potongo, where in maybe a disgrace situation, some mistrust between a community. Okay, through this activity, social change initiative, we brought together the free community, and this can be very a good impact of this social change initiative.
Thank you so much, Sule. I like the way Suleiman brings in the gender component, because all of us in our communities, our communities are made up of both men and women. Maybe after Sule, I also did my project, and mine was, let me just go to it. But they're all about capacity building of different groups. Yes. So mine, I was working with national government administration officers in Kenya, and we were just really trying to integrate the component of positive peace into law enforcement. So just a background, the national government administration is one of the security agencies, and my objectives were to build knowledge levels among participants. Those are the national government administration officers, to create positive peace awareness among the participants, to create an understanding of the positive peace pillars, and just to create positive peace ambassadors out of these people. And the specific activities that we did, we had dialogue sessions, and then these dialogue sessions, so a number of national government administrations, administrative officers being trained, and for sure we had 113 officers engaging in these dialogues, and they committed to become ambassadors of the process. So maybe Sule, what would you comment about this, and how does it relate to what you are doing in terms of radical extremism in Karamoja region of Uganda?
In Karamoja, I think I learned, it's about learning now. I learned that in this region to maybe maintain, to get some sustainability in, after the social change initiative, because the reason is employment, okay, a lack of education, and so on. And then I think this is I will say we have to maybe foster action in order to support the young people in Karamoja region. This can be such as the income generating activity. It can be like a vocational training, and promote more education in this region. Especially, I was in Panjangara Parish, Kotido district.
Thank you much, Sule. And before we continue, we have Alia online. Alia, would you come through and share with us what you did?
Before I share my project, I wanted to ask the both of you, what was the feedback like from these sessions from the community? Did they express any recommendations? Did they say what they wanted? If you can give us a little bit of a brief on that, it would be great.
Thank you very much, Alia. True, there are a lot of recommendations they made in the field, and part of the recommendations was just to address this huge gap in terms of violent extremism, because it's actually a huge issue, at least in Kenya. You can talk about Karamoja, where you worked. Was extremism an issue? And just give us your feedback.
So, yeah, of course, you know, this part, especially Kotido district, Panjangara Parish, this area is a very, very vulnerable area, because I said so. I was explaining the issue, the violence extremism issue. The reason is very simple. I was talking about 1 minute ago. It's employment. You have to promote more education. This is a background. And maybe support young people. And be free the small activities. Income generating activities, or some vocational training. It can be the barber. Yeah, the little thing, just to impact more, to promote change within community. Otherwise, it is not easy. The violence will continue to in this this area. This is the reason.
Thank you much, Sule. Thank you. That was such a good experience. I'm sure maybe the audience can tell us what's the extremism in terms of dealing with violent extremist groups, or are there any violent extremist groups in the communities you come from? Do you have someone from West Africa maybe who can just tell us the experience about violent extremism and how the situation is in their countries, or their regions for that matter, or wherever they stay? Anyone? Maybe we can have a microphone going around. Samuel Ford, would you volunteer and tell us about violent extremism in your area, Liberia? Yeah, we have a microphone coming. Or you can use mine in the interim. We'd like a microphone, kindly.
Miss Deborah Obo. I'm from Nigeria. I'm sure you know about the Boko Haram group. So what they do is they radicalize. So what we try to do is to de-radicalize the youths from joining the group.
Thank you so much. And then one thing we'll all agree, challenge is youth unemployment, and that's why we want Alia to come in. Alia, you may now come in and tell us what you're doing in terms of mentorship and just getting these youth to get jobs. Alia.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I bet that some of you...
I started. My name is Aldin Malik, and I'm from Sudan. And as I said earlier, I've moved to Uganda in May 2023 due to the war. And yeah, it was hard leaving our lives behind. But we knew the road ahead of us would be very challenging. So I got the chance to meet Ali Abdullah. She's the founder of Meet a Mentor, and she generously offered to mentor me. And she helped me through each step of my career development, right from improving my CV and create a professional LinkedIn profile and applying for jobs strategically. Today, I'm proud to say that I work for 2 Ugandan companies as a sales agent. And additionally, I'm currently in the midst of flexible and agile operation. Yeah, all of this became to me thanks for me, Tamenta, and its founder, Alia. Alia, she has been a tremendous source of support, keeping me positive and motivated during this process. And this is just the beginning for me, and I'm looking forward to continuing this journey and with this impactful initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Finally, the last point, we would want just to open the floor. And maybe Sule, we can take a seat for just 5 minutes. And in these 5 minutes, we want to open it up to you, just to give us your feedback.
I was talking about the sustainability plan. Maybe I can say the first part is the government contribution. First, to promote more education. The lack of education is the main issue in this process. It's very maybe 0.1% of the young people within the extremist group are not really educated. If you are a little bit educated, maybe it will be very difficult to join this extremist group. This is the first one. And the second aspect is we have to support more young people by creating some activities in order to improve their life a little bit. It's like the case of Okol in our story.
If we overdo it, but it's for the interest of the program. The next group, here they are. Yes, that's Peter Cromwell Okello. Are we here? All right, he's online. So we have Divine Zinjabisi. Oh, thank you, sir. Then we also have Samuel G. Fraud. Yes, wonderful. It's your time now. We don't want to eat your time.
And democratic governance, of course, those are our names. Myself, the Divine, Samuel G. Ford from Liberia, and then Peter Okello Cromwell. So without wasting our time, we're going to go straight away with a presentation of our social change initiative, which you are going to listen attentively. And after that, we're going to give room for interaction and comments. Thank you. So Samuel Ford, you have the floor, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, presenting before you, I'm Samuel G. Ford from Liberia. And it's important to note that I'm a professional police officer in Liberia. So my presentation is actually on the prevention of pre-election violence among youth using the community policing approach. We try to synchronize our presentation from Cameroon and that of Uganda from our colleagues, which also talk about this. It's cross-cutting on youth and prevention against conflict. So it's important to note that the United Nations Resolution 2250, which talks about the participation of youth in the democratic process, which of course we know that the youth are very meaningful in the governance structure of any country. So despite the numerical strength of youth in Cameroon, in Uganda, in Liberia, the issue of marginalization remains a serious issue. Taking into consideration our population, taking into consideration the power of the youth in the democratic process, especially when it comes to electionary period. Problem statement has to do with the issue of restriction of youth participation. When you go to Cameroon, you have issue of youth being involved in the democratic process. Electionary period, of course, they see themselves being isolated from the process because they think that government doesn't care about them, looking forward with regards to the Anglophone and the Francophone conflict within Cameroon. And of course, when you come to Liberia, we talk about the issue of a post-conflict. We came from a high level of conflict where 2,000 plus 250,000 people lost their lives. So during the electionary period, the potential issues of violence, hate speeches, election rigging, provocation, and political clashes between parties before and during and after election are cardinal issues. We also have youth, peer influence by youth leading to loss of life and destruction of property within the Kalamoje region. So what is the goal of our project? We said to harness youth potential in mitigating conflict and to participate in peace-building governance through democratic approach to avoid violence, especially during electionary period. In Liberia, October 11, we had an election process, and as we speak, the counting process is on, but there are potential threats of violence that we need to be able to prevent in order to have a smooth electoral process. So our objectives is to foster the participation of youth in the peace-building process. The next objective is to be able to mitigate electoral violence through non-violent approach, and also to empower local capacities to be able to front fight of peace-building and reconciliation initiative in Cameroon, in the Kalamoje region, and of course in Liberia. So our theory will change. If you look at the implemental community policing approach, so as a police officer, we know in modern policing practice, especially during the times of electionary period, community policing is about collaborating with the community, you as a people, because the police can never be successful in the fight against crime and other social vices without the community leaders or without the acquiescence of the community. So we cannot succeed in our endeavor. So our activities include a baseline survey, training, awareness, dialogue, mediation, media engagement, negotiation, and also musical and sports as a way to be able to make our intervention. So the output there is to establish an alternative dispute resolution among community level mechanisms within the community. So the outcome of this process, the positive change in behavior and attitude of youth were being observed and experienced. What's the impact of the result? There was significant reduction in electoral violence in Liberia and other parts. So conflict mitigation strategies. So the photograph you see over there are young people of different political parties coming together, dialoguing, and giving those things that affect them, those things, how can we be able to bridge the gap because we are one. So these were the approaches that were being used to be able to bring the people together, social cohesion, so that they can be able to avoid violence within their various communities during electionary period. So these are the mitigation strategy approaches: dialogue, mediation, negotiation, arbitration, community policing, media engagement, town hall meetings, sport activities. Challenges and mitigation. So you see it in rural community, as a peace builder, you need to take the strength to be able to go places where you think that calls for serious action. So we took the advantage in rural community. The road network is very bad condition in rural area. Of course, during the rainy season time, you know that you have a complete blockage of road. But we have to maneuver to be able to reach where we wanted to reach in order to have the engagement with local communities. Fundings. So the implementations in our SCR, it proved to be very effective. as far as we are concerned, very effective. So, implementation on the pre-election violence among youth, study conducted by the researcher revealed that intervention actually have a greater impact on youth, especially when it comes to the issue of violence. There was a significant reduction in social change behavior, positive attitude among youth during the electionary period. How do we sustain is one aspect. As a peace builder, not only to be able to have a quick impact project, but sustainability mechanism approach is very cardinal to the process. On the far left there, you see the joint security of Liberia National Police and mixed up with community leaders and other various political party representation. We had a very good dialogue, engaged in close collaboration with local actors in order to uncover network of violence to make and to identify peace or promoting event. So they develop policy and a strategy to address electoral security from a comprehensive perspective, encompassing both deterrence and confidence building, and allocate adequate resources to implement such evaluation policy. So these are the ways that we're going to sustain this project, to hold on to it. As we leave from here, we're going to make sure that we collaborate with all of these actors, make sure that we get in touch, and to keep the ball rolling. So we also engage with students, community, teaching them about the significance of the rule of law and the criminal justice systems. Media engagement, we also train young people to become peace ambassadors within their various counties so that they can be able to preach the message of peace within that. So at this junction now, I'm going to turn over to my colleague, Divine, to proceed. Thank you so much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as a means to foster youth participation in peace building and citizenship in Cameroon, the implementation method was that we organized a 3-day special capacity building workshop named Rebuilding Peace Through Actions with inclusive reach. It is a competitive program that is selecting 40 young people from across the 10 regions of the country. Excuse me. Okay, so the first phase of the training was in February 2023, brought together from February 22nd to 24, 3 days. It brought together 40 youths from the 10 regions of the country, selected through a rigorous selection process. The theme was democracy and election, of course, as a means to engage young people in citizenship. And the choice of the theme was to enable youth to understand that the foundation of a sustainable and peaceful society depends on how democratic the government is. And of course, the approach, we cannot work with we cannot fight the government, so we use a diplomatic approach. That is why we engage the Ministry of Youth Affairs. The Ministry of Youth Affairs was involved, and you can see there the representative of the Minister of Youth Affairs. He was mandated by the minister to launch or to preside over We can see a slide of some pictures of the first phase of the training in February 2023. There I was moderating a panel discussion on the left side of the photo, and of course on the other side are participants of the program. And then this is the photo of the 40 trainees from the 10 regions of Cameroon in their respective traditional regalia, which represents the cultural diversity of Cameroon, having 253 ethnic groups. And of course, in the course of the training, they had breakout sessions that they could work together to enable them work together on finding solutions towards peace building. And part of the component of the training was that they had to go back to their community and engage on the step-down social change initiatives. So this is a participant of the program who is in school transmitting the knowledge she acquired from training to the young people in her own community. And this is another participant doing the same thing. And we come to the second phase of the training. It was in June 2023, and this happened after each of the participants had their executed community engagement project, and especially they had the opportunity to have a field visit at the Ministry of Youth Affairs and its decentralized structures. So we can see the opening ceremony of the second phase, where I did a projection of community engagement projects carried out by the participants. And this happened in front of a renowned university professor in Cameroon, the representatives of the Ministry of Youth and the British High Commission, respectively. So those are photos. This is the continuation. On the second day, I facilitated a session on understanding the 8 pillars of positive peace, because we cannot foster peace building and citizenship without understanding the 8 pillars of positive peace. And this was a question and answer session following my presentation. Here you can see these young people. We visited the Ministry of Youth and its decentralized structures. And of course, I moderated a panel discussion on the theme, how can youth effectively contribute to peace building? So part of the post-training is that I was privileged to attend the Rotary Peace Activator training for West and Central Africa in Lagos. And the sustainability plan of this program is that we shall continue to organize this program year in, year out, so that young people continue to get trained and they go back and continue training their peers in their community. So now, I'll give this time to my colleague, Okelo Peter. Okelo Peter, are you there? Peter.
Hello, I am here.
Okay, you can carry on, please.
Oh, yes, and yeah, okay, thank you. I wonder why my video is not displaying. But well, let's go on. Thank you for the presentation. And when you get to Karamoja, where we implemented a project on harnessing the potential of students, youth, in mitigating cattle rustling.
I'm Alfred, and cohort 6, you can see. I was impressed by the broad perspective of your initiatives. I also was worried about how you sourced the funding to cover such a broad project. How did you work with the national police? How do you work with the entire region of Karamoja? How do you work with, it's quite broad, and I'm intrigued to know the way you went that far, because some of us are also thinking through our social initiatives and we want to learn from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was cross-cutting from his point and from the guy from Kalamoje. So it's not like a broad stuff. No, it's not broad. It's just cross-cutting from the electoral prevention of violence standpoint of youth. So we had a mark, a benchmark from each of the presentation. It was not being broad.
Okay.
Can I respond to the question of funding?
They end up joining those bad groups. Another thing, we can come up with other innovations like we start up the small-scale trainings in carpentry, welding, and others, whereby youth are involved in that category. Thank you very much.
A minimum of a minimum of 50 heads of cattle and going to 100 and perhaps more. I think there is quite a big challenge there, or an invitation to engage, because there's a cultural issue, and indeed I want to agree with you that we need a long-term conversation. And this idea of 100 cows remains a very big challenge. However much people get educated, you know, if the fee outside there or the dowry is 100, and the population of Karamoja is growing as it is, you may not even have enough cattle on Karamoja soil to support all the young men who want to marry. So I think that should be also one area where people need to continuously engage, but very, very, very carefully. But that's one area that is really key, so that we begin getting alternative ways of looking at this matter. Thank you.
This was very, very engaging. Okello, you mentioned something that might sound very small, but we are talking about it here, and it's really very important. You talked about sharing food between the police and the youth. If we are to bring about lasting dialogue and peace building, the engagement, even in small things, is very important. Very interestingly, I was very intrigued by just sharing food, because I know how culturally important it is in bringing people together. And I believe that in many of our cultures, we have a saying that if you do not provide food to somebody, they will never come back. So, I mean, it's a small thing, but I think it's very important. Many times we want to look out for the big ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. As someone else responds, this is what the young people said. They were very happy indeed. They were complaining that the elites, you, professor, doctor, so and so, when they get educated, they leave the crowds, they leave the community and live in Kampala and don't go back to them to inspire them. When these military officers go and line up with students to share the same food they eat, talk with them, they felt they were part of the peace building initiative. When they saw me there, they felt that Makerere University Peace Center was indeed also taken to Moroto High School. For that matter, therefore, it calls upon all of us to go and mingle with the young people and share with them the thoughts on peace building.
Thank you. My name is Francis Iwa. I was one of the host counselors. I also manage an NGO. I'm a founder of the NGO and I manage it. And I just want to extend my appreciation for all the presentations, but I also want to add my voice to what's been said. I am particularly impressed that we are very aware of the numerical strength of the youth. And therefore, in that numerical strength, there is power. However, there is also the flip side. How come then they are marginalized? That, for me, is an oxymoron. However, because of the strength we are, and we know that decision-making is actually governance, it's politics. And to be held accountable for your decision is to be responsible. The problem is, are you making informed decision based on data, based on accurate information? If not, we are all going to be making decisions, but arriving at different conclusions. But if we have what we know are really the common themes, then it's very easy to actually harness this power to make informed choices and decisions, which will improve the governance. But in terms of the social initiative project, for instance, and Okello, you really eloquently put it, I tell my team that we don't look for money, we look for problems. And we articulate the solution to the problem. Because we have since discovered that this thing called money runs after solutions. When you chase money, money keeps running away. When you chase problem and find a solution to the problem, and you become the solution to the problem, money has an attraction to the solution, and it will come to you. And I think Okello brought it out very, very well. So that becomes your fundraising model for how to actually mobilize resources. Resource is not money. Resource is, first of all, the knowledge and many other things. And you'll be sitting around the resource, you're looking for something called money, you don't see it, yet you're sitting with it. When it comes to now, and Professor brought it out very well, Okello as well, culture, mindset change takes time. Unfortunately, in the discussions, I'm happy that you brought out music, drama, sports, universal language. You can actually communicate. Even with the literacy levels being low in Karamoja, you can still communicate, you can still educate based on that universal language and reach out. And because the problems we're dealing with in that, for example, the Karamoja region is cross-border cutting. The communities are cross-border. What is good here is also good the other side. So the engagement levels will be at subnational level, that's true, but they have to be appreciating that these are cross-cutting issues. They have no borders. So that means that the other community, the other side, what's good here is also good the other side. Engaging the national level is important, but we also have regional bodies, for example, so that we begin to get to those regional borders, whether it's the East African community, the IGAD, up to the AU level. Because ultimately, if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, what is it about? Improve the lives of everyone, everywhere, and leave no one behind while you protect the planet for the future generation. Because if you leave anyone behind, that's your source of conflict. And the smallest thing is what builds into the bigger conflict. So nothing is small. That is where you must start, because it's the big landslides will start with a small trickle. So address the trickle before it becomes a big torrential. But thank you very much. I really appreciated it. Thank you.
I'm sure that is going to be our...
I'm the director of Mengo Youth Development Link. That's one of the host organizations. Mine is, thank you very much for that good presentation. Mine is on street children in Kampala. What are the measures have you taken in order to reduce the influx of street children in Kampala? Because there are many, we work with them in Kampala, especially in the slums. Number two, we had a program 3 weeks back. It is it's a theme, education is education is a collective responsibilities to the members. So we are giving out scholastic materials, but our target was 200 children in the ghetto slums. That is Kakajo in Chisenyi 1. According to what we did, we are saying that let us give all the children without discriminating, and Kalamjong children should be inclusive. But what happened that when we were working with the local leaders, there are many Kalamjong children in that area. There was no any Kalamjong children who appeared among the list that we are selecting during the selection. We asked the local leaders, why are the Kalamjong children not inclusive? They said that the Kalamjong children don't want to go to school. So, and you have talked about even there, they don't want to go to school. So I think you need to explain more what is the problem so that we can get the solution. Thank you very much.
We are here. John Rubaramira, my name's presenting a story almost similar to Karamoja. This time on the Batwa, and I'm advocating for their rights, which is part of one of the pillars of positive peace regarding accepting the rights of others. If Some of you may not have had a chance to look at the Batwa. This is a picture of some of them depicting their culture. A bit of brief introduction. The Batwa basically are from southwestern Uganda, especially from the 4 districts, Kanungu, Kabare, Rubanda, and Kisoro. And they used to live in those forests of Bwindi Impenetrable National Park. By then it wasn't a national park. And then Mugahinga Forest, as well as Ichuya currently, around the boundaries. And I will quickly run through because I believe the report I wrote is with the center. To date, we are talking about a total number of 3,730 individuals. Why did I select this initiative? I was looking basically at the Batwa, who were once depending on forest products, who understood that these resources were theirs. They had everything. If you talked of deity, they had everything. Honey, name it. Their accommodation, their caves there, fish is there, and everything. So now, when a decision was taken to gazette those forests into national parks, these people become targets of discrimination. They were disadvantaged. And even a study that was done around 2010 indicated in terms of health rights, they were doing poorly in terms of antenatal care. And that's why when I came in and looked at their plight, I thought since these people depended on, for example, medicinal herbs, and there's a conflict between the current status of the forest and the Batwa who legally go in, I felt addressing their rights was one of the issues to address the problem. How did I go about it? I looked at identifying a local partner to lead in the implementation, because by then I was focusing on sustainability. If I move out, who would go in? And eventually you come to learn that I selected Mugahinga Bwindi Conservation Trust. Then one of the strategies was to look at developing a resource mobilization strategy, and then using positive peace framework to analyze and advocate for the rights. And of course, I'm looking at workshops, meetings involving district, local governments, the 4 districts, and the partners. What were the goals and objectives? As I mentioned, advocacy on the rights, the right to food, the right to education, the right to land, name it. And of course, targeting the duty bearers, those governments involved, to take charge and sustain the whole process in terms of guaranteeing the rights especially. And I looked at accessing forest products, which formed part of their livelihood, would be an added value to addressing their rights. And of course, that goes in terms of advocating for access to social services, as well as having a peaceful coexistence and sustainable forests. I'm looking at the Batwa right now. In the communities, the Bachiga, Bafumbira who used to be there, now they are landless. And how do they coexist? And how do they be part of the whole process of managing the forests? So what did I do? Those of you who are not here, Professor Helen told you that I had a challenge. That's the reason I'm here in terms of finishing my work, because I was with WHO trying to address the Ebola response. But despite that, I managed to engage Bwindi Mugahinga Conservation Trust, which is based in Kabare and is having a component to deal with the Batwa. And later you'll learn some of the achievements they have done. And then I felt working with them, we would do a great job. And in actual fact, when I engaged them, they agreed that they will be the lead partner in implementing all that I had on the plate. We developed a funding proposal to start with, and by then I was still with WHO, and we submitted it for funding. Unfortunately, Ebola came in and all the follow-up of the proposals were shelved. But April this year, again, I went back to them and we sat and started developing the fundraising plan. The engagement with the Bwindi Mugainga Conservation Trust led to a number of commitments. And I will have to tell you that my project is not a complete project. It's still an ongoing, even right now, because I chose it, I'm passionate about the Vatwa, and I don't want to have it, completed for the sake of having a quick impact project. I think it should be something ongoing. So we had to develop partnerships and capacity building to look at how we can do the resource mobilization. And then we have had fundraising plan. And then we've been working together to develop proposals in general. And then key, which is number 5, is holding a stakeholder consultative and sensitization. Having had all the preparation for that, that's where I hope, which may be next month, we shall hold this consultative and sensitization and engage all the partners, because there are very many in the region. But when you look at the current results on the ground regarding the rights of the Batwa, there is a little more to be done. So in terms of the indicators which following the engagement with the partners, if you look at the right to education, the Batwa have got 127 pupils who are in primary school, 11 who are in vocational institutes, 1 female graduate currently employed at BMCT as a coordinator. There's another one actually working in Kisoro with one of the NGOs. So in short, there's some progress. And now I'm looking at once we have the consultation process and the remaining activities with secure funding, then this initiative should look at adding more impact on what the already existing initiatives done by other partners. And of course, as I said, concentrating on the rights to health, decent housing, agriculture, and other sectors. It's still my passion that I do that. Whether I do it next month or next year, I'll continue working and engaging the center, Rotary, other partners to ensure that we get the funding, we get the projects, we sensitize everyone, and we have everyone on board to address the rights of the Batwa. Definitely, there are some challenges, as I mentioned, time limitation. I was engaged in the Ebola response, but perhaps to cohort 6, the lecturers were telling us when I was still here with the group, cohort 3, to start the project early. But some of us thought we would do it later. I was one of those who lagged on and kept saying, I will do it, and eventually I was caught up in Ebola. And that shows you need to start early, cohort 6, and then look at the selection of the project. I don't know whether mine is also a big project. Probably I needed to have zeroed down to have a quick impact. But because of my passionate nature for the Batwa, I felt I need to go without hindrance. Then funding, I heard Okero has good strategies. Yes, some of us may be very innovative, very, lucky, but I still feel as an individual, that should be an initiative from the center to support the fellows. Somehow, a small facilitation to kickstart the process of these social change initiatives. But otherwise, I believe, like Okero said, there's a lot of sacrifices. You need sometimes to be a Rotarian and go on and ensure that you succeed in your plans. In terms of sustainability of the project, I selected the BMCT, well knowing that they were quick. But in terms of what I see, in decision making, they're somehow delaying. But I believe if you select the right partner who will be there. BMCT is an organization that is here to stay. They have some funding. But again, I believe once it is successful, they will sustain the whole initiative. I would like to end by making a comment, basically to thank the Peace Center, thank Makerere in general for giving me this opportunity, to thank Rotary, and everyone here for giving me an opportunity to present my ideas. I must tell you that probably there is need to have a batwa. This is a request for the Peace Center. Since you've had their students who are, diploma holders, degree holders, deliberately select one to come and join and be a peacemaker, peace builder. That's my request. Otherwise, thank you very much for listening to me. If you have questions, I'm here. Otherwise, the report which I prepared is with the Peace Center. Thank you very much.
Anyone is anyone who is eligible is welcome, irrespective of their ethnicity or their country or region. The only requirement is that they must have a bachelor's degree, because this is a university postgraduate diploma, and those are the requirements. Thank you.
My name is Richard Nzambimana. I'm from Burundi, and I'm working in the Department of Disaster Management and Civil Protection. And I was being motivated by this social initiative because I'm working in disaster management, and that's why my social initiative was about building community resilience to natural disasters, because Burundi is among countries who are affected by disasters. Before, when I came here in Rotary Peace Center, I was being motivated by our lesson we learned here, and we visited many places, and we learned a lot about climate, peace, and development. That's why I have chosen that social initiative. I thank Rotary Peace Center, because in Uganda I learned many things, not about academic, but field visit, interaction with other practitioners, interaction with professors and researchers, helping me to build my social change initiative, which was implemented in Burundi, and who will impact many communities. And I would also think that I will continue to work on it in the future. And I would also thank Rotary for this support, and I encourage other people to apply for Rotary Fellowship. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sini Pippo from Finland. I work at the Finnish National Agency for Education for International Education Cooperation. I see that international education cooperation is a key to promote SDG 4 and quality education for all globally. So this is very important. In Finland, we have a strategic priority to increase education collaboration with the African countries, and my social change initiative focused on that. I was focusing on ethical aspects of this collaboration to promote more equal and mutually beneficial partnerships. We engaged stakeholders, internal and external experts in this work, and we will continue in the coming years. This SCI has been included in the strategic level on national level, and we will continue the work with the stakeholders in the future. I have been extremely happy to be part of the Peace Fellows here at Makerere University. It has been a unique opportunity to get to know and network with the experts in the cohort, the fellow Peace Fellows in the group, and the experts at the university. I really encourage anyone that sees that this opportunity might be good for you to really dive in and apply, because it's a unique opportunity that you should really grab onto. So I really want to thank the Rotary International and the Makerere Peace Center for this experience, and I hope to keep connected with the Peace Fellows and Makerere University also in.
All right, hello, my name is Helen Adamu Balami, ni Abazikwi. I'm from Nigeria. and a humanitarian worker. I have a background in urban and regional planning. What motivated me in my social change initiative is that being part of a region where it's affected by conflict, I saw that there is a need to engage communities in dialogue so as to promote positive peace. And that inspiration made me focus on dialogue as my social change initiative. And one thing, my experience with Makerere University, is that I was opportune to meet a lot of peace fellows who build on my social capital, and we shared a lot of peace building skills and experiences, which has also informed in the way that I also implemented my social change initiative. I would like to thank the Rotary Peace Center for the wonderful experience here at Makerere. It was an amazing experience, meeting a lot of resources, learning about theories of peace building and conflict transformation, as well as understanding the drivers of conflict in Africa. And I want to also appreciate the Rotarians out there for the opportunity given for me to have an education in peace building and conflict transformation, which I would like to encourage other audience to keep applying and then have this experience to join the global world in terms of building the peace and social cohesion that we need to focus to have a sustainable, peaceful environment. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Gabriela Moadet. I am from Argentina, but I am living in Senegal for 4 years with my husband in his family home. So I start to understand how is life here in Africa, but because it's very different than in my country. Here you have lots of people in one house, and then you have 3 people in a big house. So it's amazing for me. This experience, study here in Makerere, was changed my mind because I share with another colleagues from another parts of the globe. About my social change initiative, I am a mediator, I am a lawyer, but I work with kids. And in Senegal, we have a lot of problems with the plastics. It's a big problem, the garbage there. I start work with the children in my community in Pekin, in Dakar. I live in there, and I create the environmental guard. So I train in children about environmental education. And I have kids 6 months to 12 years, and we make a lot of activities and start to have conscience about take care about the environment. So thank you so much.
My name is Miriam Ogwike. I am a Nigerian. I am a research fellow with the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution as a senior researcher. I want to thank the Rotary Foundation, Rotary International, for this privilege, this opportunity to be part of the fellowship for cohort 4. I carried out the social change initiative. That was, even though I had a plan of, my initial concept, but as soon as I came to the on-site program, interacted with my colleagues, I was able to learn a lot, and I engaged a community in Nigeria called Waru Community in the FCT Abuja, where climate issues have impacted their lives and has actually caused gender-based issues. The community is known for farming. That is actually their major source of livelihood. But where climate change affects them, causes drought, causes flooding, deforestation, displacement, food insecurity, they become helpless, and it has caused some gender-based issues. And because gender-based violence does not just happen to only the women, is actually an issue that affects both male and female. So in my intervention, I was able to carry out community-based intervention, because any intervention around gender-based violence should be community-based. It has to involve local people. So I was able to do that through advocacy, focus group discussion, and what we found out from the field was that gender-based violence is a systematic, process. The intervention around it has to be a long-term process. It's not what you just carry out and you stop, because the sensitization is important. You also have to bring in partners, you have to bring in collaborators, stakeholders, and that is what actually requires funding. But because we have passion for this, we had to, whenever you have a dream, you must start from somewhere. You don't have to start waiting for someone to give you funds yet before you start up your intervention. So we're able to carry out as much and as little as we could, also hoping for other stakeholders who really know and who understand that gender-based issues hasn't really been, addressed in our society, because it's everywhere. It's not just in Africa where I carried out my intervention. It is everywhere, and we hope that we will be able to receive help, assistance, funding from concerned partners and relevant people, because social change initiative is something that is a continuum. When you conceptualize something, you map out how you want to carry it out. You start with your phases, your stages, and it has to continue, so that we'll make sure we prevent gender-based violence totally. Nobody wants to be a victim of gender-based violence, and nobody also wants his or her loved ones to be a victim. And together we can address and prevent the issue, and hopefully we'll attract funding. Hopefully we'll have people from the international community, from Rotary Foundation, because they've been doing so much. Being here is because of their assistance, because of their benevolence. For them to donate, for us to get to this level, it is something we cannot take for granted. I personally, I will keep appreciating and hoping for more assistance for us to make the world, a global and peaceful society. Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, the third is not online. It's Mohammed from Sudan. Perhaps it's a problem for connection. But for me, my name is Richard. I'm from Burundi. And my colleague is...
I am Gabriela from Argentina.
We have a technical problem, but we can proceed. As an introduction, climate change. Gabriela have a social change initiative about community engagement, recycling, and garbage management in Pekin, in Senegal. Mohamed, a lot of youth in his social peace and response to climate change in North Darfur. And mine was building community resilience to natural disaster, a case of flood victim in Burundi. All those social change initiatives are related to climate change and environment. We found that there is a connection between those three. There are a connection between those three social change initiatives, because the first is about education of youth and to help in order to protect the environment. And mine, it was about resilience of people affected by shock of climate and the natural disasters. And for Mohammed, it was about capacity building of youth in order to respond positively to climate change. That's why this is an introduction, but I would like to invite my colleague to start first for her social change initiative. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Can you hear me? No. Okay. Hello everyone. Now you can hear me. We have problem with the internet. Sorry about that. I just waiting for Sarah to log in my presentation, but I want to tell something with you. Last Monday, when we have a session with the cohort 6, I talked with them about one aspect that is very important in our initiative. It's about the passion. Because when we implemented our initiative, we have a lot of issues like this, for example. and another kind of issues coming every day. We cannot take everything under control, but if we have passion in our initiative, we don't give up, and we can stand up and continue. So that's a very important thing that I want to share with you. What I tell you that because when I returned to Senegal last year and I read the title of my initiative, I have not any motivation. I was very angry about that. So I started to thought, what must I can do now? Because I must work about the climate change, but I don't like my title. My title is very big. I cannot change the Peking community. So I thought a lot. And step by step, I start pick the direction. When I saw the children in my home, because I am from Argentina, sorry, I don't tell you, but I am living in Senegal. All my cohorts know that. And I living in the family home, and as you know, here in Africa, a family home, you have 15, 20, or 30 people. It's very difficult different than in the other part of the globe. In my home in Argentina, they are 3. A big home, but only 3. So when I came here and I saw all that people, okay, where are we? I didn't understand. My husband is Senegalese. He told me something, but it's very different when you start to live. So when I saw the children, yes, you don't have privacy. All the children are everywhere. So when I saw the children, I knew that I must start with them because they are the true agents of change. And I want to change the mentality, I must start with them. So I talk with my son and my daughter, and I tell, what do you think if we create the environmental guard? And they were they think that they are like superheroes, you know? They want, okay, mommy, and we can use like Paw Patrol or something like that. And then, little by little, we start every Sunday during 4 months. I work with them every Sunday, 2 hours at 11 o'clock. And every Sunday, the class starts at 11, but they come to my house at 8 o'clock because they are very passionate. I tell them, let me wake up and then we can start. We make a lot of activities because, first of all, I want to conform a group, a strong group. And after 2 months, we really went out and clean the streets and start to get some kind of visibility in the neighborhood. But then, at the beginning, we work inside the house. We have too much work to do because we training, they learn about educational environment. This is the most important thing that I can do with them. But I make different kind of activities for engage them in our class. We here in Africa, in another part of the globe. Because in Argentina, I don't know, I cannot say every Latin America, but in Argentina, the people don't know how life is here. They think that you don't have houses, you don't have water, you don't have meal, you don't have anything. So I am a mediator, and I share with my colleagues in Argentina how life is here. But I think that this is your work. You must stand up. You must use your voice and tell the people in the other side of the globe how is the life is here. And I want to ask you some question. The same question that I ask my colleagues in Argentina. What do you think if you stand, because when I ask that question to my people, they mute because it's required an effort and change the mind. How can Africa help us if here in Argentina we are better than them in Africa? That's what the people think. But you must stand up. You have voice. Use your voice. Okay, I am angry now. Well, I continue. Or what happened now? Well, it's okay. I have problem with my. I told you that the problem, bueno, you know, the problem is the plastic. Plastic is everywhere, inside house, outside house. So that's why I create the environmental guard, because I cannot understand what the people eat a candy, and then we have the desk, but the desk don't have anything inside. All the garbage is outside the desk, the baskets. So I training my children in that. And we use and recycle, and we make our material for the environmental guard. We made the shovels, and we collect the garbage. We made the shovels with the ketchup bottles, and we make a lot of things. And then the other moms in the streets make the same things. So we can reply what we do in the class. And another thing that I want to share with you is that my initiative, in my case, I think that Richard's too, I made the first step, but I want to continue all over the years because I live there. I am living in the community. So I want to see another kind of community. And my challenge, my big challenge, is that I am the only Musungu in the community, no? In Wolof, you say Tubab. I am the only white, the only Tubab and the only Musungu. So I need that then, and I need to legitimize me, and then I need to legitimize the project, because I need that they can see me as one or more, not as the only white who came here 3 months and then leaves. So I work a lot, because I need to speak Wolof, is the local language, because the children learn the French at school. So my children are the translators, but I continue learn. And I learn the guardians, the children. I told them, look, I am teach you, but I am learn too. In the life, it's like this. Every life you continue learn. It's a continuous process. And they were very happy because they teach me too. We have children that 6 months to 12 years. And I love the babies when the babies cut the papers and go to the basket and throw, because they are changing their minds. See? Well, I want to share you a lot, but we don't have time. Yes, please.
Thank you, Gabriela, for your social change initiative. You see that as my colleague was, social change initiative was on protecting environment. And for my colleague from Sudan who is not here, his social change initiative was about capacity building of youth in order to respond positively to climate change. For me, my social change initiative was building community resilience to natural disasters. Even if you are protecting environment, climate change, disaster will happen, and that's why you have to build the resilience. My objective was about people from Burundi who are affected by floods. In Burundi, we have a place called Gatumba where flood come each year. There is a flood, and people are affected by that flood. When I was from here, when I want to start my project, it was in dry season. It was in a rainy season. But when I want to start, again, those people, what I want to do it was affected. Project implementation is to promote community resilience for vulnerable displaced communities of the Sober site established at Gatumba, where 97 households have been relocated by the government. Food insecurity was identified. Let me thinking for later, because when I finished this project, I was thinking about the visit we had in the NGOs here called the Kafomi, because there was talking about migrant, but now those people was being relocated by the government in that site. People were sitting in the camp, wait humanitarians when the government giving food. But when I went there, even me, they think that I was from NGO giving food, something. That's why I start to create this environment. I make research, and I use administration site to put together, to select many vulnerable people, and I was choosing 13 family households, and I give training, I give money, 40,000 Burundi francs, and I ask for the administration land to cultivate that amaranth because they go quickly, and after the training, they put together, and they, after harvest, they put in an association, and they have now account. When I finished the project, I went there, and they asked me to ask more land. But that land was there, but they don't see if they could use it to cultivate. But also, it was in a dry season. I encouraged them to cultivate in a dry season. Another thing is people who are humanitarians, they give rice or something, but those amaranth contributed to nutrition, especially from who have children. And to conclude, in this project, resilience is a big issue because we have climate is there. The first presenter said that here there is a war, but a big war we have to deal with climate and disaster. Because other war you can make a conflict and they are mediator and you go together and stop it. But who will stop climate change and the disasters? It is about us to think about resilience because it will happen. But this project was a short project, but we have to think for, because resilience have levels, community level, national level, regional level, thinking. But in resilient activities, also have to think those activities related to long-term resilience, because government have to think how they can put in politics or another activities, because those people are not aware about that, because they think climate is they don't think that they could be resilient about that project. This is what I have done, but after I can open the floor to you, you can ask some question or you contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to say only one thing more. When we talk about environment, climate change, we think that it's outside or in another country, but climate change is here, is now. All of us can make little actions, and then we can make a big change. Thank you so much.
Ali, if we don't start with the young people, it'll be very, very difficult to try and introduce change later on. So that initiative in Senegal, although you say you're the only one, you're not the only one, you're with very many, okay? It is the beginning, and that's how you also begin to build what the resilience that Richard is talking about. Because in Uganda here, we face the same disasters. For example, we've got landslides in the western region, Rwenzori region, or even Mount Elgon region. But it initially starts with the need for food. Population has grown. We have settled on the steep slopes. We have cut the tree. Because we have cut the tree, and because today I have planted food and I've fed my family, the next generation will cut the next tree. The next tree. Before you know it, the entire mountain is bare. Then you begin to wonder, how come the food production is also declining as the years are going by? Because the soil has now been washed off. Maybe it's in the river. The riverbed is now silted, full of silt. Now, next rain, because the riverbed is full of silt, the water comes home. We call it a flood. We call it a disaster. But we don't see our role in having caused that. And as you said, Gabriela, we think that, climate change, environment, these are things up there. But we're part of it. We are in it. But if we don't see our role in causing the problem, it becomes a question of government come and help us. Not knowing that you're also part of government. Because there's no government without people. And the people who make the decisions are you. Yes, there are those policymakers, but it starts with that one decision. One decision, that one action. So nothing goes. That little action, that is the change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Are there more questions?
To save the climate, but also to retaliate that when people think about the Rotary Peace Center, personally, I didn't know that even this is researched about or included when you talk about the Rotary Peace Center. But what I liked is how you link the climate problem, the environment, and the fact that all these come back to haunt us if we do not solve them. And you including youth as children from the very beginning, because personally I've been in a program where we are trying to find a solution to plastic, and it's even worse because for Kampala, out of the 180 metric tons that are produced every single day, dumped, only 40% of that is collected, meaning 60% of 180 metric tons of plastic every single day in Kampala is not collected, and that is for only Kampala alone. So I think if we can be able to replicate what you have done in Senegal, in very many of our schools here and in our communities, we can be able to produce a generation of youth who don't think that climate change is a hoax, but are more engaged and can be able to provide solutions for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution. Starting from the youth, education, policymakers, and other things. That's why I propose, yes.
And I want to add that, like in Argentina, for example, the environmental guard are included in the primary school. So I think this better. It's a good way that if it can include it in Africa in the program at schools. That is one. I talked with the director of my children's school, and she wants to give me a place so I can go there to implement my initiative there. I will try.
Thank you so much for your very engaging presentation.
I started to work with children is 6 months to 12, because at the beginning I think about 7 years to 12, but they come with their brothers, and I cannot tell, no, your brother outside, and the baby stand up in the middle of the round and draw something or start to little by little. Then when they grow up, because I want to continue this year, the next, inshallah.
Let's have the comment from Mbanefo.
Natural disaster and resilience. I was wondering whether, because the presentation was on flooding, I was wondering whether maybe developing an alternate skill would be very helpful in developing resilience for people in that community. Since flooding affects the land and all that, maybe if they can develop an alternate skill as a means of survival, then so that after the flood, they can have something to do with. Because even if you give them fertilizers, I don't know whether the lands are there for them to use the fertilizers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, because I found that those displaced of flood victims in Burundi, the first thing they need knowledge. The first way is knowledge, because in our trainings we do relationship with 8 pillars of positive peace, relationship with climate change and peace, and also we do what we call preparedness, evacuation plan, and something we show them how when the disaster comes, how they can do their behavior and other thing. We do this, and for this one of food, because food is identify food because they need food first. Because people who working in humanitarians, I remember when they go, they said when Jews come with in the period of COVID, they come with those hands, some to wash, to do something for COVID. But they need food because they are not in their home. They can't go. They need food. But they also need those skills about disaster something. That's why they need capacity in many things. And I want to add another thing, because I am security background. People displaced by disasters and people displaced by war, government or authorities, they not treat the same thing, because the people displaced with war, they put many attentions, but people displaced by climate, they no attention. For example, SBBG, there are no people to help them like this, but people, when they're at war, they put all kind of structures. But for those people, that is why climate change, they have to be aware. Every people must be aware of climate and their impact of like war and like other disasters, crises. Thank you.
Okay, do we have more
Still enjoying
questions?
your lunch? My name is Michelle. This is Usen and Olanyi. As already said, our presentation, or a common element among our projects, is media and the role of media in peace building. So before we start presenting ourselves and our interventions, we would actually like to start by asking the audience a question, to hear a couple of thoughts about what do you think the role of media, the role of information is in peace, or what does media have to do with peace, and why is that the three of us here standing are focusing on it? So we would like to hear your thoughts, maybe 2 or 3 people. I'm sorry for those who are still chewing and eating, but those who might already finish are welcome to participate and share your thoughts.
Someone wants to talk?
Yeah, is to act as a bridge builder between communities, with the duty of informing, educating, and ensuring they build cohesion, social cohesion within a community.
You finished? Someone else?
It's inform, they can malinform, they can do all sorts of things. And I have experience to do with the NADS, that was National Agricultural Advisory Services Program in Uganda, where we had to be very careful when we are implementing an activity. Dealing with the media was a very sensitive area. We would not easily run to any reporter or any what. And then sometimes you would see reporters looking for money in order that they don't talk about bad things about you. Thank you.
Through media, peace can be done. But also, media also can play another effect, whereby other people, they use it in a bad way. But I believe, as you people, you came with it for a right purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 2022, so until last year, I had the opportunity of working as part of the Truth Commission, and we recognized that one main challenge that we had was that society actually appropriated the contents of the report. Otherwise, it was going to be another report that most of the country didn't know and that wasn't going to contribute to build peace. So one thing that happens, and I think relates to what Usen and Ola were saying, is how information, how communication can either build bridges or separate people, either based on common identities or on differences that make us grow apart. So what I focused on was working with civil society to promote the dissemination and the appropriation of the truth report. But I'll stop there to give Usen the opportunity to continue and tell us about his initiative.
Okay, can we have this up, please? The slides, fake news and hate speech, and how it relates to Nigeria. So I wanted to contribute to countering fake news and hate speech online, and I decided also to work with young people to do this. And because I live in Lagos, not just that, also because Lagos also is like a microcosm of Nigeria. So everyone, every tribe, every religion, you know, every political inclination is in Lagos. And so it makes it a very volatile city. In fact, during the elections that we had in February, Lagos was an epicenter of elections violence, particularly mob violence, which was also fueled by fake news and hate speech. And most of the people involved were young people. So although fake news and hate speech is not new to Nigeria, the prevalence of social media has really helped to amplify fake news and hate speech. And of course, we have legislation as measures by the government to address this problem. But that has not sufficiently or even scratched the surface of solving this problem. And that means that we need alternatives to complement these laws. And that is where my social change initiative came in. So that's just like a background of what led to the decision to work with young people and to also work with them to address fake news and hate speech. So I'm sure Ola also wants to give a background.
Okay, thank you very much, Uzain. I'd like to also say that some of the times when we talk about issues of conflict, it just goes beyond what we see. There are deeper parts of it that we have not seen. I believe that priority attention should be given to inclusion and participation. Of course, when you exclude people from participation, it's a message that they don't matter. And so when that happens, people tend to look at you with suspicion and mistrust. So for me, I see lack of free flow of information as not giving birth to transparency, accountability, inclusion, and mutual trust. If the flow of information is lacking, then peace is lacking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ola. Yes, okay, so I was telling you, can you please move to the following slide, please? Thanks. No, there. Okay, so I think I said most of it. This is my country. The little blue spot was the place where I focused my work on. It's a very small municipality from a region called Urabá. That might not tell a lot to you all here, but it's one of the regions with the highest number of international displaced people. Nationally, well, you will see that almost half of our victims are among 28 years old. So they're young people. 20% are under 17 years old. And these are victims of different crimes, internal displacement, homicide, kidnapping, forced disappearance, among others. And that basically creates a new generation of broken people, broken social tissue. And so as I was saying, the Truth Commission was created to talk about what has happened to our country, as a society, what has happened in an attempt to address these causes and avoid this from happening again. And this is where I think communication comes in and information, because for me it was a lot about memory building, truth, recognition of the other, of the different, because I think after 60 years of war, we just entered in a culture of war, and we classify the person who doesn't look like me, who doesn't think like me, as the enemy. And that has broke relationships, and that affects daily dynamics, not only related to the armed conflict, but also the way that other people relate to the others. So having said that, we pose ourselves the question of how these issues, how these challenges can be addressed, and I think that's part of the answer of our change initiative. So I will give the word to Usen and Ola to continue.
Okay, thank you very much. So before I jump into really sharing, I would like to share activities, the campaigns and dialogues. And then suddenly the election came and went, and a lot of us were dissatisfied. And so with my own personal problems, I don't know, I want to ask, have you ever been in a situation where you have to give strength to people and yet you yourself, you don't have the strength? Let me give an example. So when my father died, his last brother came by just to console us. And he called me as the first son. He said, Usen, be a man. You know? Usen, be a man. Usen, be a man. You know, so you're trying to console someone, and you yourself, you need consolation. So I'm trying to inspire and motivate these young people to contribute to social change, yet I myself, I don't feel inspired a lot. But you know what happened? Other colleagues started doing their social change initiatives, and when I saw Mohammed from Sudan, there is war, serious war in his country, implementing his social change initiative, it inspired me. Immediately, you know, I started working and things came together suddenly and worked. So I don't know if, I just want us to share experience, you know. Someone, maybe 2 or 3 people, have you ever been in a situation where you have to provide strength, provide support, or maybe inspire people, and yet you yourself, you feel you need inspiration, you feel you need care, you feel you need support? So I don't know if anyone wants to share that kind of experience with us here. Anyone here or online?
So in my case, I have not been a direct victim of the armed conflict in Colombia, fortunately. So I'm not part of the 9.5 million victims. So one thing that inspires me, not only for this initiative, but every day that I work with these topics in Colombia, is the strength and resilience of the people who do live the conflict. And this was the case for this initiative. I decided to work on a strategy. I partnered with a civil society organization founded in Colombia during COVID to provide education through podcasts that were broadcasted on school and community radio stations, to produce a season focusing on the Truth Commission final report. And that takes me back to the role of information, because in this report and during the 50 years of conflict, a lot of things have happened. A lot of people have died, have been displaced, have lost their houses, their families. So there's also a matter of how to tell certain things, how to promote conversations and reflections on such painful situations that actually contribute to build peace. So I focused on the very small dot, blue dot that you saw on the map. That's a community very heavily affected by armed conflict. And I went to work with a high school that has experience working with this organization, previous experience in capacity building, on leadership, on podcast productions. And we went through the final report of the commission to first ask them what they wanted to talk about in their podcast, because it's an 8,000 pages report. So what topics specifically they wanted to focus on, and they chose the chapter that talks about the impacts of the conflict on children, adolescents, and youth. Please, can you move to the following? Yes, thank you. So a lot of information, but that's mostly what I just told you. The idea was to produce educational content, not only for the children in this high school, but to produce content that can be reproduced afterwards, that is available for other schools, other teachers, other people who want to get closer to what this report has to say, to the story of our country, to the story of conflict and suffering, but also of resistance, because there's also stories of young people resisting to the conflict. And my assumptions here were that if I'm able to work with younger generations who have some experience in community processes, in content production and leadership, they can gain additional skills that help them become agents of change in their own communities. Because as I was saying in the beginning, the non-repetition assumption in an armed conflict is to understand that a conflict mostly goes beyond a confrontation between armies or between groups, but has very deep roots in economic, social, cultural contexts and situations. So just to say, the designs that you see here are part of what the organization do, because they focus on children. They focus on producing content for children and adolescents, and to translate these tough topics into different formats and languages to make conversations easier. So what we made in the podcast was actually creating fictional characters. So the ones who are talking about the conflict are animals in fictional contexts to avoid polarization and to actually promote reconciliation and certain kind of dialogues without entering into specific contexts. I would leave there and give the floor to my colleagues.
Her husband is dead. She had a very big farm to provide for her children so that they can become somebody in life. We get the bulk of the money that made Nigeria to be Nigeria from the Niger Delta area of Nigeria. The community is in shambles. Since 1956, when the oil was discovered, the people cannot talk because they don't have a voice. Those who are expected to represent them are feeding on the opportunity to exploit them. So why wouldn't there be crisis? So we need to be very intentional and sincere about what we do. I get so pissed off when I see our research just on the shelf, not engaging the right stakeholders. So what I did was to look at the situation. The environment is bad, no livelihood, and we have security challenges in the Niger Delta area. What is the place of information? Community members are robbing community members because they have the influence to go there. But they're not representing the people, but represent the interests and the gains of their self and their families. So, many attempts have been made in time past to address the issue of Niger Delta. But one thing that is certain is that some of these meetings are held in inclusive and participatory communication to identify and collaborate with relevant stakeholders to address issues and concerns, as well as develop inclusive and participatory communication framework for the communities. I also try to look at the theory of change that if all limitations to effective communication in communities are removed, then communication frameworks will be strengthened. I also come up with this theory that if communication frameworks are strengthened in communities, then mechanisms for sustaining peace will surely become effective and efficient. So I carried out these activities to understand, because I can't just be doing a desktop research, so I had to go into community.
Having, of course, I already shared the background. I decided to work in Lagos because that is where I live, and even Lagos is a very big place. It's the smallest state in Nigeria, but it also has the highest population of people. So people come from all over the country to stay in Lagos, and that is a conflict on its own, especially politically. So in Nigeria, citizens are allowed to vote in any state. So if you're from, let me say, I am from Akwa Ibom State, in the far south, as in by the Atlantic, but I live in Lagos. The Constitution allows me to participate in the elections, local elections of Lagos State. So I can vote for Lagos State governor or vote for a councillor of a ward in Lagos State. But that's a problem because we who are not indigenes of Lagos State have come to settle in Lagos State, and we have become a majority in Lagos State. And so if we have free and fair elections, the outcome will not represent the wishes of the indigenes of Lagos State. So it is a conflict, and during the elections, this led to a lot of hate speech and a lot of mob violence. And so the indigenes of Lagos believe that, okay, you guys cannot participate, but the Constitution says that we can participate. And it led to so much clashes and hate speech, fake news, driving these conflicts up to the point that I think the leader of the Igbo community in Lagos was arrested by the police for hate speech because he told his people to stand their ground, don't be intimidated, you have a right to participate in elections in Lagos. And he was arrested. I'm not sure he has been released to date. So I decided to work in Ikorodu, which is in the outskirts, it's on the outskirts of Lagos. It's a small outskirts community far from maybe the city center.
Believe that in any community at any particular time, there are two forces. There is the force of oppression, most likely the government, and the force of liberation, most likely the opposition. Some professors said that peace is when the two forces are balanced. That's why some people prefer arming both sides in order to create peace. But I also want to believe that the conflict is in our communities all the time. It might be quiet, even in homes. There are conflicts. It may not be outblown. It may go beyond control and people become violent. Now, with that information in my mind, is there a situation where there is peace? And what kind of peace are we talking about here?
We did our
Because
individual work, but we have social change initiative on the building and sustainable solutions towards ending gender-based violence in selected communities in West Africa. I'm sure when we talk about gender issues, the first thing that might come to our minds is about women. Everybody feels gender is about women. Initially, we also felt that way. Myself, I used to think gender is all about women, but gender is not about women. When we carried out our social change initiatives, we found out that even men too also go through gender-based violence. My SCI focused on climate change, while my colleagues had their own different interventions in conflict and in health. I carried out my SCI in a community called Waro. But before we go on, we want to ask, if you, as a woman, maybe when you were just still very young, because of challenges, let me say resources or something, and you are forced into early marriage, where you do not even know your rights as a human, and you are forced into that marriage, and you've given the first child, the second child, and your husband insists that you want to have another one, and already you feel you are okay. how would you feel? Because that is your right, and also you are not ready for that. So those are the gender issues we are saying. Would it be fine if both of you discuss it and, be ready to have another child, or maybe to stop? We also have a situation whereby, as a woman, you are the head of your household, because head, I mean, maybe in resources, you earn more, and you want to make all the decisions. And how would you want the man to feel if roles are, changed? Will you also like the fact that you are not involved in decisions? So those are gender issues that we are saying. Why would you not involve your partner? And why would it be that this person's role is denied? Waro community is a community, a small community, not about 3,000 persons that live in the community, that hosts both the IDPs and other people from other backgrounds. And their major source of income or major occupation is farming. So my interest in that community was because climate is affecting their farm yields, is affecting their mental health, is affecting their income. When your source of income is affected, what do? You will be helpless. Youth resort to drug abuse. Women are also not employed. So when there is climate change impact, there is poverty, there is also displacement. Women, they also have issues of water and sanitation. In fact, all the SDG goals, the 17 goals, revolve around gender, because either it affects the man, or it affects the woman, or it affects both. So these are the concepts around gender-based violence. It is a conflict that is socially ascribed based on gender difference. It's not just about women, it's not just about men. So these are all the different concepts, and we carried out our interventions in FACO division in Cameroon and in Liberia, where my colleague also worked. So for the problem statement, I would want my colleague to, Marilyn, to talk about some of the issues she found out, the gap that made her to actually carry out this social change initiative in Liberia.
Okay. Thank you, Maria. Okay, thank you, Mariam. Like, we all can see gender-based violence spread on this board. When we talk about gender-based violence, we have a whole lot of things to think about. We have rape cases, we have cases where you see women are forced into early marriages. We have cases, we have different gender-based cases. Like my initiative I carry on in Liberia, I drew my social change initiative from my own experience that I had during the civil crisis in Liberia. I was once a victim of sexual and gender-based violence. So from my own experience, I decided to take up this course, and I decided to fight for the rights of young women in Liberia, women who are unable to speak, because some women would not want to come out and say it. They will be ashamed. So from my own experience, I decided to fight against sexual and gender-based violence. Thanks.
Okay, we have our colleague from Cameroon, Ncho Chere. I hope she'll be able to join us to also talk about her social change initiative that she carried out in Cameroon. Is Chere there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, Chere.
Thank you very much, Miriam. So, since we're really focused at the moment about what really triggered us to carry out our social change initiative, I'm sure as we proceed, I'm going to talk more in depth about some of the interventions that I did carry out. So, in regards to the problem, I'm sure we heard from one of the participants who is from Cameroon. So, specifically in the northwest and southwest regions of Cameroon, there's been an ongoing conflict for the past 6 years now. And so several studies have been carried out and indicates that globally 1 in 3 women go through sexual and reproductive health and rights violation, as well as GBV. And in some poor communities, especially in rural communities, at least 1 in 2 women have their sexual and reproductive health and rights violated. However, through some secondary data analysis and desktop review, we actually identified that more than 46% of women said that if they receive education, more awareness about sexual and reproductive health and rights, they believe that they'll be able to make more informed choices. And some other research also indicates that most women are victims of GBV as well as sexual and reproductive health and rights violation. And most of these actually emanate from some of the social norms as well as other cultural practices that are existing. But however, like Chimamanda Adichie, a renowned Nigerian author, had quoted, actually make these laws. So it's actually meant. So perceive that for us to be able to foster awareness of GBV as well as sexual and reproductive health and rights, then we have to actually enhance awareness by carrying out several campaigns to not just women, but men who are actually primary rollouts of some of the social norms or rules or laws that are actually enacted in several communities. So that's what actually triggered us to, specifically in the southwest region of Cameroon, Fako division specifically, to carry out this social change initiative. So as to proceed, I'll definitely give you an in-depth insight into some of the interventions that I carried out. Thank you, and over.
Thank you, Achere. You know, even if you have a proposal to intervene in a challenge, you have to articulate your methodology very well. How do I go into this? And while we were going, on with our fellowship and engaging in different online activities and lectures, I remember when we had our mediators that were also taking us through some courses. Initially, we didn't know you have to actually engage. No, in as much as you're carrying out intervention, you also know how to facilitate. You also know the right word to use, the right way to engage. It has to be to map the stakeholders. So those were the things we articulated before we carried out our social change initiative. Desktop review, we were able to research to know what exactly the problems were. And we know that desktop is not enough. You also have to engage. You have to also find out what exactly is happening in the society or in the community, rather. So we were able to carry out advocacy. For instance, in our community, the stakeholders we are talking about are still the ones, even if you want to make a policy, who are the people you want to engage? Because gender-based issues, some persons see it as a cultural thing where the man is the head of the house, so if the man beats the wife, it doesn't matter. The woman too is the wife, she doesn't own her body. The woman too doesn't want anybody to ask her a question, maybe if she's a victim or what. So the best we could do was to engage the stakeholders. Like I carried out advocacy. This is the traditional ruler of the community. And because of that entry point, I was able to have a robust engagement. I didn't need to look for a venue because the stakeholders opened up. They were ready to engage. In fact, these stakeholders actually helped me to bring in the women, because in the culture where I worked, women have to be answerable to the men. The men will have to give them permission. But because I carried out this advocacy, it was able to help me to mitigate the cultural norms. And the traditional ruler gave us his palace, which is actually not usual for him. We had to carry out our engagement, our intervention in the palace there. So that was one of our methodologies. And we also carried out focus group discussion, community mobilization, training of volunteers. My colleague in Cameroon, she engaged volunteers who also helped to sensitize the participants. And with the methodology we applied, it was, the outcome was good because look at the men. One of the barriers we had was where we felt it was only the women that needs to hear about gender-based violence. But when we engaged the stakeholders, when we met the traditional ruler, he said, the men also go through gender-based violence. And look at them, they came on board. Look at, they relaxed and they listened, and they were able to also give their own views, give their own challenges. They were able to engage. We had them separately. We also had the women too. And so during the focus group discussions, we found out that even the desktop review wasn't enough. Desktop review could give you as much as it can give you, but when you engage one-on-one, meeting the participants, you will get to hear what exactly they go through. My colleague here carried her own out in Cameroon. Look at the participants. These are the men and the women together when we carried out the focus group discussion. For the change theory, you have to apply strategic methods in order to have a good output, in as much as you will meet challenges. So we applied community-based approach to create awareness first. Because if you do not engage them to open up, to break the silence, you will not know what they go through. So we engage them to tell them that everyone is a human being. It is not just that you are a man, so you cannot feel maybe trauma or emotional breakdown. You are a human being, so you can share. You can just share your experience. Sensitization, my colleague carried out sensitization, and also she also engaged radio campaigns where people got to understand what gender-based violence is. And my colleague here too had to go to a church where they accommodated, they gave her the platform to speak to the women about forced marriage, about gender-based violence, and with all the engagements, we were able to find out that they didn't really know what the concept of gender-based violence, but with our interventions, they began to understand the key issues, what gender-based violence is, what climate change is. Climate change affects every aspect of life. When you are displaced and you are constrained to a particular place, you might not have access to water. You will not be able to farm. There is food insecurity. And all this exacerbates gender-based violence. And the sociocultural exchange that's happened when we carried out the intervention was really encouraging because, like I said, Waro community hosts IDPs. So few of them that came out, because it was actually focus group for select few, they came out, they were able to share their cultural norms, that we do not do this. In my society, we don't talk about this. They don't allow us to do this. But with the exchange and with the discussions, people opened up. The outcome in our interventions, my colleague, do you have something to say about the outcome or whatever the result is?
Okay, for the outcome, like I was saying, we have openness by participants. After our engagement with them, they were open to speak their minds. They were open to questions and answers after our engagement. And then, after that, can you go back to them? We even had questions and answers from the perpetrators, both men and women. Because gender-based violence, we can only say it's one person issue, which is only women. Women are mostly affected, granted, but men are also affected. But they don't come out to speak. Reason being, how sometimes they feel how the community will look at them, how the society will look at them, so they feel ashamed to come out to speak. But after our engagement with them, they were able to come out and speak.
Thank you, Marilyn. Achere, do you have another experience to share about the outcome? How your... Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miriam. Thank you so much, Marilyn. Indeed, I could also see the passion based on our previous engagements on how we really wanted to ensure that we create some level of impact with regards to our social change initiative. So with regards to mine, what I actually did was I provided sensitization at radio stations and community TV stations where the community members actually do listen to, because most times not just about the interventions that we do provide, but also ensuring that access to these interventions are also obtained by those who are trying to target. So I did this campaign at local TV and radio stations, High TV, for example, and also targeted the church. So specifically the Catholic Church, where, in most countries, we have several populations. A lot of people do attend the Catholic Church. So within that local community, most women and men, I identify this as a platform for which I can reach most of them. And through these interventions, the community leaders were like, we feel like, more people need to hear about what you're talking about, because physically for sexual and reproductive health and rights, since we have these four components of sexual health, sexual rights, reproductive health and reproductive rights, and it's been affecting babies as well, because women, especially those who are at early postpartum, that go through sexual and reproductive health and rights violations, do not actually meet up also with vaccination of their children, and some actually do end up not continuing even breastfeeding of their children because they've gone through some of these violations by their partners, especially when it entails physical or a very severe sexual violence. So they really perceived that this was something that the scope needed to be expanded on. And so we needed to target more people. And the leaders themselves in the community, since we decided to reach out to the leaders for them to actually be allies, and most of the leaders were actually males, for them to be allies as well as to champion female sexual and reproductive health and rights, because in conflict settings, for example, we have this issue of sexual exploitation in the context of exchange for sex. So for them to actually be able to support especially IDPs in the communities, the female ones not to be engaged in this, and for those who go through maybe issues around rape, for the perpetrators to actually be brought to justice. And so they were really very happy about it. And for them, these structures are already existing. Their platforms are actually there. And they also have other female groups, women leaders group, where women who go through these actually are welcome to share, as victims. But, as Miriam had actually mentioned, there's a lot of stigmatization surrounding GBV and sexual and reproductive health and rights violation, where females who go through it, most times families just settle it among themselves. But we realize that as a gap, most community members do not actually know that these platforms were existing. So we agreed together, and leaders actually committed to be able to champion these. And other young women, as you saw in the picture that was presented, whom we engaged, especially those who were economically empowered, the elder women in the community, they were actually willing to empower other younger ones, especially those who have lost their livelihoods. And so I think that it's really been impactful. We were able to reach those who wanted to, but then, more has to be done, as was demanded by the community, to reach out more people. Indeed, the needs are always there as per community interventions or humanitarian interventions, but our resources are always limited. And I'm sure, especially when we get to some of our sustainability plan, we'll be able to target this particular issue. Thank you very much, Vimi, and over.
Okay, thank you so much. We encounter challenges, of course, when you are carrying out a project. We perhaps encounter obstacles. Like we said earlier, cultural norms, and at first the leaders didn't want to just talk about gender-based violence until they were, sensitized, and also the awareness was created that it's not just the women that go through gender issues. When climate change happens, everybody feels it. When you are hungry, an angry man, or what did they say? A hungry man is an angry man. So these are the challenges, and we're able to mitigate all these challenges by, making sure our approach was community-based, and also making sure that we do not harm anyone. The principle of do no harm was one of our watchwords. And all the stakeholders were, involved. The women were there, the youths were there, girls, boys. So when you engage people that are, critical, I don't think anyone will want to stop his or her own success. The issue of security, my colleagues had security officers come around, and we also had the youth come around to ensure that the project was successful. Like we said, GBV affects everyone. It's not just about women. We have our recommendations here to sustain this. The approach we have, applied is something that is locally structured. And when you involve the local people who are mostly affected in this, because they are not aware of the impact of climate, maybe some of them think it's culture, some think it's spiritual. We have community stakeholders platform who we have been engaged, and we will continue to engage them. The women platform in Nigeria, we have in the Igbo community, we have the very strong voice of Umada. When you involve the Umada, they can actually do a whole lot. We also have the men platform, Umunna, that can also help to advocate, also sensitize, and also make sure that gender-based issues are prevented. Because our topic says burden and sustainable solutions, we cannot, these are some of the recommendations that we feel could help address gender-based violence. And participants also gave their own suggestions. But because this is an interactive platform or a meeting that we want to also hear from the participants and the audience, would want to ask you to please to kindly suggest some solutions, sustainable solutions that we can use to address gender-based issues, because this is just a short-term intervention. We hope to continue carrying out our social change initiative, because it is not something that will end. It's a systematic approach. It takes longer time to actually address root causes of issues. It's also something that you need to bring all stakeholders on board. So it's not something you just do and you just is closed. It continues, and we want you to make your inputs so that we can also use it to engage more. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So you can just take a seat.
Not a question. I think I was responding to what Ada said about maybe sharing thoughts around how they can maybe improve on what they've done. So I've worked on a similar program, and so I'll just give you a little tip. Targeting boys. Targeting boys as maybe agents of change. Because boys, especially in our societies, they are socialized to feel that they are superior to women. And that gives them the leverage to also not be supportive of girls and women. So targeting boys, making them understand that their strengths should be used to protect women, beginning from their sisters, their schoolmates who are girls, can also be of help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please, can you help check if we...
Thank
Please
you.
go ahead.
My question is, in your talk, you prominently mentioned that GBV affects both men and women. Could you also throw some light in the areas where you intervened? Did you find any increase or decrease in the gender-based violence against women? And also the same question applies for the men, because if like there were about 2 or 3 studies which were done in Indian environment where it was found that the gender-based violence against women has increased in the past 10 years. So if you can throw some light about what was your experience in the communities you intervened. Thank you.
Gender roles have switched, where the woman is now the, head of the household. So she makes more money, and she does not, like some participants, the male participants, they said the wife do not or doesn't respect him any longer. So because of that, he has decided to take another woman who will respect him. And, when such issues come up, there is no way you can tell the man, no, don't take another wife. Rather, to sensitize the woman that, look, the issue of resources or not being employed is not his fault. There is a way you can support him. If you are the head of household, how do you support your man? So we found out that even men, some men, due to the kind of words that come out from the woman or their partners, some attempt suicide. We also have scenarios where the man will leave the home for the woman. So, and some of them also have resorted to drug and substance abuse. So, even though the percentage of male victims are not as much as the female victims, because I will always say the women are vulnerable. Women are vulnerable in the sense that she's helpless. If she's pregnant and there is a physical abuse, she cannot help herself. And that's an instance where gender-based violence is like, she's helpless, she cannot help herself. However, both of them, both male and female, they go through it. But the percentage of the female is still higher. That's why whenever we want to talk about gender-based violence, we want the women to be part of it so that they can help their fellow women, they can also help the men. And we want the men to be part of it so that they too will know that giving a woman support doesn't take away their power or the headship of a family. I don't know if I answered your question.
We want also to listen from your colleague. Just another comment from...
Okay, hello? So just to add to what Miriam is saying, and also to second what the participant actually mentioned. So
your older sister's son raped your little daughter, you can look at your older sister's son and take that case to the police. Or even that case goes to the police, they will go and grab and take that case out of the police. Thank you.
We want to...
Well, when we engaged the participants, we also had victims in the midst of, the people that contributed and spoke out. That's why we say, break the silence. We had a situation where a victim who reported to the traditional ruler, who also, decided to engage them. Like the traditional ruler said, well, they later came to say no, that they do not want to continue with the case because of stigmatization. They don't want to where their daughter will look like, she had been raped before. So, but with our engagement, they now understand that it's good to speak out. It doesn't, even if you're a victim, it doesn't make you less human. When you speak, it could just still help to bring about therapy and you heal. So we got victims, both from the male and the female. And we had a male victim who said why he, indulged in drug abuse and not even coming home was because the wife, he lost his, source of income, which was farming, and the wife was abusing him. And what would he do? That rather than to just hang out, look for where to take alcohol and, just forget about his sorrow. So about victims, they are victims, and our engagement helped to make them feel comfortable to talk about it. And while they talk about it, they are also like change agents, because through them now, we can now also reach out to others, engage more, and I mean, it's something that is meant to be inclusive, where all partners will come on board to address it, and we'll have peace in the society. Thank you.
Thank you for your responses. I'm sure we are satisfied with their presentation and their responses. So in the absence of none, we'll move to the last round of our session. Yes, thank you very much. You're miserly with your applause. Can you give them a round of applause again? Okay, thank you. We will now invite Musaka, Tom, Sini, and Helen for their presentation.
Experience from this perspective of our SCIs. I am by name Helen Adamu Balami, near Bazikwi, and with me I have...
I'm Tom Okoth from Kenya.
I'm Sini People from Finland.
And I'm Chico Musaka from Zambia.
Thank you, and we're here to share our community experience regarding our SCI. So we have this question: can we really achieve development without education and peace building? I would like you to hold that thought and kindly write your responses, as we would later take those responses because of time. Thank you. And so we want to show you the link between development, education, and peace building, because we see that education, development, and peace building are interlinked, and they are fundamental parts of human life. And so we'll be going through the following category to find out how can market access roll out link small farmers to sustainable markets in the northern province of Zambia. And while we follow through looking at quality education for peace building and development, strengthening international partnership between Finland and African countries, while fostering positive peace between, while fostering positive peace through education among street children in Kisumu City of Kenya. And then we'll be looking at promoting dialogue as a tool for positive peace in Borno, Nigeria. Thank you. And I would like to hand over now to my teammate, Musaka, where he take us through. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'll take you through, that is, the country-specific context, so that you understand the situation where we did our social change initiatives. So I'll first of all take you to the southern part, and then I'll take you to the northern part, then I'll take you to the eastern part where we are, and then later I'll take you to the western part. So we first of all have to fly now to Zambia. In Zambia, we are looking at how bean production is helping in terms of the rural economy. So beans production usually acts as a source of income for farmers. Then it also acts as a source of nutrition, that is for cereal diets, by providing proteins, and also improve soil fertility, therefore leading to what we call crop increasing, that is in terms of crop productivity. So there are several initiatives that have been done by the government to improve productivity or production and also marketing of crops. But rather, government support is just aimed at mainly our staple crop, which is maize, forgetting other crops, and therefore leading to limited market access for other crops. And then when we go to Finland, we are trying to see how we can strengthen cooperation between Finland and African countries in terms of higher education by developing what we are calling the ethical guidelines, so that we can achieve this. So when we go to that is when we come later, we'll tell you how we did this. And when we went to Kenya, we are looking at the growing number of street kids, which is very worrisome, because this is creating more or less like a hostile environment, therefore disturbing a sound business environment for us to achieve development. And then these street children, mostly, they are usually victims of short-sighted policies by governments. And then when we go to Nigeria, we are looking at how we used dialogue as a tool for positive peace, that is in Borno State. Because we know as we live, conflicts are always there and they are a part of our lives. But the word that we hear mostly is dialogue, dialogue, dialogue. But how can you use this same dialogue to achieve that is positive peace?
Thank you for that, Musaka. And so we would now like to take you a tour through our social change initiatives. But then, just like the previous question that I asked, I said you should kindly take note. We will take responses after because of time. And then I would like to pose with this question: what measures can we use to promote market access for sustainable development? I'll kindly encourage you to please pay attention and listen while the next presenter present on how this can be achieved in our community. Thank you.
So as I present, I'll ask each one of you, because I'll just point like anyone, you can write a short statement that you give at the end after I finish my presentation about how we can achieve this. You can write, or you can screenshot a question and write a very short response. So like I was saying, in Zambia, we had to do a project on market access law out, where we are linking that is smallholder farmers to markets. So the problem that we usually have in terms of production is the low productivity. As we can see there, it's at 0.56 metric ton per hectare compared to the potential, which is 150. So that is just 1/3 of what we are supposed to achieve. And then productivity is usually affected by various factors, but one of the major ones that we are looking at here is limited access, that is to market and market linkages. Therefore, the objective is to link, that is our smallholder farmers, to a market that is for beans, which is not supported by the government in terms of marketing. And then we are going to use the aggregation model. So we just have two specific objectives. The first one is to train, that is officers and farmers, that is in commodity aggregation. And then the next one has to do with the promotion of the digital platform, because we are living in the digital age, to see how we can use these digital platforms to, that is link farmers to both the input and the output markets to increase efficiency. And then in terms of that is the change theory. We are saying we are doing two activities, which is commodity aggregation training, and then we're also promoting the digital platform. Why are we doing this? We want those outcomes that are there so that we increase, that is access to market and market services, reduce on what we are calling transactional costs, and then also encourage our farmers to capacity build them in terms of the knowledge that they should have in post-harvest handling and management, among others. And these activities will have to lead to improved food security. And here you discover that for some people, just 24 hours without food seems like a long time. And then it also leads to increased income, poverty reduction, positive peace, and then also economic development. Because we are saying you cannot have, that is the development without peace, and then you cannot have peace without, you cannot have, that is peace without development. Those two things are interlinked. And then in terms of the design, the location where we did our project was in northern province of Zambia. There's a district called Senga Hill. And then our target crop, that is beans. And then in terms of the number of beneficiaries, we had 204 farmers that we targeted. And when I say beneficiaries, these are the last beneficiary or where our project was focusing on, even though there are other people that were trained. And then the duration for the project has been a year. So in terms of the activities, we had to train farmers. That is, first of all, we trained 24 marketing officers in market access. These will train, that is the other, that is we call field officers, and then later train the farmers. And then we had also to train, that is the field officers. These are the ones that are found in the field and found mostly with farmers. So we had to train them in what we are calling market-oriented agriculture. 27 of them were trained. And then we had to link these 204 farmers, that is to input suppliers. And then the link we had to create was Good Nature Agro, where each farmer was given, that is inputs about 20 kg of seed and then 1 liter of herbicide. this is for a start because farmers usually have challenges in terms of purchasing that is certified seed inputs. And then later we had to train farmers now in the aggregation model so that they can understand what are the requirements that they had to do if we had to link them to Good Nature Agro. And then the other ones also has to be now the linking of the farmers now to the buyers for the produce that they produced. After we gave them seed, then the produce we had to link them so that it's bought because they had to know how to produce what we are calling quality products. So a total of 204 farmers, these same ones were linked, and then we had to sell about 256, that is bags. And then we also had to use what we are calling digital platforms so that we can also increase what we are calling market access and also reduce on the costs. Because you discover that you can't be telling, for example, like market information each and every time you have to have a meeting for farmers to have, but we can use like mobile SMS services and also use the digital platform that is to track the inputs that we gave so that we are able to track the farmers. So this is a market access training. These are the participants that participated. I think you are able to recognize the last person seated. And then from there, we had to do the market-oriented agriculture training where we trained, that is the 27, that is field officers. And then these are the farmers that were introduced to a new variety by the Zambia Agricultural Research Institute, which we partnered with so that they can plant. That is the one that they found that it had at least a good market price after we did the market research because we had to produce something that we have to sell on the market. And then from there, we had to train now the farmers in what we're calling commodity aggregation so that they understand what is required. And then later now we had to do the aggregation and purchase, meaning now we had to link our farmers so that they can have they can sell their produce. And then the last part now was to do with what we are calling the digital platform. So this is just showing the inputs that were redeemed by each farmer. I couldn't show the names of the farmers this side. And then what are the observation in terms of, what are the observed results that we found after we did everything? So in terms of the observed result, we discovered that these farmers accessed the input, and then they were able to plant, and then they were able to harvest. After they harvested, you discover that from the previous season, you can see an increase in terms of production, that is the planted area, production, and then also productivity. Even the marketable surplus, meaning that which we have to sell, not that which we have to consume, also increased. And then farmers also learned issues to do with negotiation skills because the price at which they sold their product, because they sold it as a group, it was higher than the other one. And then also farmers had increased knowledge in terms of post-harvest management and handling, also improvement in terms of diversified production, that is away from the maize that we grow, which is our staple food. And then also farmers were able to plan according to market demand. At this particular time, I'll ask Umba Nefu, I think that's the name that I've come to get. I'll ask him to just give us a short response that is to the first question that we had. The first question that we had was, what measures can we use to promote market access for sustainable development? At least some of them are there, but you have to give us yours.
Okay, we can improve accessibility, or we can improve accessibility maybe through creating good transport and communication network for the goods produced by the farmers, or for any other thing, any other commodity we want to market. Accessibility and good communication network.
Thank you so much. I think the key word I heard is communication, and the other things I don't know, I've forgotten. At this particular time, because of time, I'm going to now call upon my colleague, that is Sini, so that from here we have now to fly to, that is Europe, so that you hear what we did in Finland.
Yes, thank you. And the question that we would like to keep you in on mind during my part is how to strengthen equality in international education partnerships. I'm sure that you in the audience there's a lot of expertise on this matter, and I really look forward to hearing that. So I work at the Finnish National Agency for Education, covering different fields of education and activities, promoting international collaboration with African countries globally. So here are some of the sectors that you can see that are included at our agency. There's a strategic priority given to increasing collaboration with the African countries on EU level, on national level in Finland, and also on institutional level at EDUFI, as we call the agency. And this is the promotion that we do for increasing that collaboration. But in my SEI, I wanted to focus on one specific aspect in these partnerships. That's to promote more equal and mutually beneficial partnerships. Because in many cases, as you can see, I've I noted it as ethical guidelines for the cooperation with the partners from the Global South. So-called Global South, why I'm using this terminology, it comes from, as we are a funding agency, from the official development aid terminology and eligibility, and we have to play with that, and many of the project structures also come from that, those structures. And so how we can support more equality in these partnerships when, for example, in many of the programs the coordination is at Finnish institution, the regulations and rules might be defined in Finland. So how can we promote more equality in these partnerships? And for this purpose, we had an internal working group covering those areas of collaboration that I showed you. We had stakeholder discussions with, for example, with the African partners in existing partnerships. And then we have an expert group, including different stakeholders, for example, diaspora academics from Africa, active in Finland. And this is all, of course, to promote more equal, fair, and mutually beneficial partnerships. And the areas that we have identified with these stakeholder groups to be considered in partnerships is how to build trust and common understanding in these partnerships. How do we ensure that access to information and decision making is equal and transparent? What languages are we using? What kind of terminology are we using? And do we understand them in a similar way? How do we ensure that? And for example, the funding structures that I touched upon, those are kind of power imbalances that we can then also have an open discussion about and how to address them and how to go about them. So, but these ethical guidelines will be included as guidance document at our agency, but we want to approach it as a living document and more as an invitation to dialogue on these issues, not as a one document published on our website. So when it comes to sustainability, so we have the national structure to support it and the resources coming with that, but also we need the commitment and inclusion from different sectors to continue the development and kind of inclusion of these guidelines in practical level work. So we need to be touched, kind of stay in touch with the real life needs in these partnerships. And we definitely continue this work. And now I would like to invite one comment from the audience for the question that I raised in the beginning. How do you see how we can promote more equality in international education partnerships?
So if I understood well the question, I would say participatory...
For instance, we have educational system where there are barriers. You want to study in Europe, they're asking you whether you have, you've written SATs, you've done this, you've done TOEFL. You know, those barriers or those conditions really do not encourage partnership. So if the international community can review all those conditions, you know, so that the developing countries can actually work with them. And at the same time, the developing countries can also strengthen their educational system, whereby the people or your graduates are actually, you know, good enough to measure with international standard so that the partnership can actually work. Thank you.
Revise the structures of and rules I do acknowledge that, and thank you for those comments. But now I would actually raise this question. So how do we include street children in promoting positive peace? Please keep this on mind and note your comments and reactions to this question when I invite my colleague Tom to the podium.
Thank you very much, Sini. Allow me to take this opportunity to recognize my host councillor, Mr. Guna, and the director of Maidel. Hello, I know we are together in this piece of work. Yeah, concerning the street children, I will begin by saying that it takes a village to raise a child. So think about that. It takes a village to raise a child. Within Kenya, we have got the rise or the influx of the street children. So my social change initiative was focusing just across here, not far. Kisumu City is just next to the Lake Victoria in Kenya. And before I go far, I would like to tell, maybe to bring to the attention of men in this room, that if you really love a lady and you want to marry her, and the lady has a child, please take the lady with the child. Don't cheat the lady that, let me marry you. Then in the long run, you change your attitude towards the child, showing the child your back. I'm saying so because street children influx in Kisumu City, we interacted with children, as you can see us. They gave us different stories. Most of them could say that I left home because my dad was harsh. But we don't know why they are in the street. So that is a challenging issue. They are in the street because not that they want. Some they work in the street and earn something, get food, and some of them also are just there because of the push factor or the pull factor, because, for instance, the peer pressure, believing that street is good. So our main objective was to foster positive peace. And we were looking into the pillars, for instance, good relationship with the neighbors, because some of them ran away from home, maybe after doing something which is illegal in the community, then running away to come to the street. Again, we were looking into human rights. Respect for the human rights must be enhanced. Some undermine the street children, just a child. Like in Kenya, they call the street child chokora. Chokora is a Kiswahili word, but it is not that good. So that is a common slang used in the street. And they mark these street children as goons, bad guys. So our aim to foster peace, but majorly to reintegrate them back home, of which I'm very much glad that our activity led to something. During our time, we could also encounter some difficulties. It is not easy to get information from these children. Then, if it is not easy, what did we do until we achieved a goal? We took our time and we also made the street to be our home, buying them food, eating with them, until they open up and tell you, please, I left home because of this and that. My mother is there, my father is there, or my dad is not there, or my mom died, but took another wife, the wife is against me, but I would like to go back home. Another thing, you find that when you are discussing with them, they are on drugs. He will tell you, I'm listening to you, but I will not throw away my drug. So in that case, we were to bend low. Don't tell him that, please, stop sniffing this drug. No. Slowly by slowly, buy for him food, clothes, love him, show love and concern. The child will open up to you. We have got bodies concerned with the street children. Also, they were somehow strict, but at the end of it, they got to know that whatever we were doing was for the good of children. The theory of change. Here is what I would like to share with the director of MIDEL, because somehow we are doing the same thing. For you to succeed, to foster peace, and maybe reintegrate this child to a suitable place or home, begin by understanding the push and pull factors. What are the root causes of push and pull factors? From there, you will be able to achieve the goal, because you cannot solve a problem that you don't know what caused it. So I realized that most of these children in the street, they can go back home. They can stop whatever they are doing. They can lead a life of dignity. But first of all, we have to understand the cause, the root cause of the push and pull factors. That is very much important. Yeah. During our field, we interacted with many children. And I want to talk of something that we involved the police officers, because the street children, they were the main stakeholders. Police officers were there. Because the children, they really fear the police officers. They talk of the police officers are very brutal in Kenya. They are beating them. But during this field work, we tried our level best until we could meet with the police officers, and we ate together, and the children got to know that the police officers are their friends also. This project was done with some other team who are quite conversant with the city, and they have got the experience. So the work was somehow going on smoothly. And in the street, they have their leader. Maybe this slide back. They have a leader whom they call Baba. So you cannot go to the street before approaching Baba. The Baba, or the father that is, will give you the permission to interact with the children. So you have to talk well. And in East Africa, if we say you talk well, I hope you understand. Talking well, you must dip hand in the pocket. So Baba will allow you to meet with the children. So we had to abide by that. Now, sustainability of this work. This work, we started a CBO by the title there, Children for Peace Kenya. And also, I want to thank Askoi Rotary Club, District 2250 of Norway, because already they have put something to continue with the work. You can see the young boy there, after 1 year, met with the mother. And now the mother was given some seed money to start small business, at least to help the boy. The boy now is in school, in primary school. I think success story must be shared. If it was not a success story, I may not have displayed the picture there. Because of time, I want to really appreciate, and before I pass the ball to Nigeria, there is a guiding question. How can we use dialogue to promote positive peace in communities? I hope you've taken the question, how can we use dialogue to promote positive peace in communities? That's the question. So from Kenya, we flew to Nigeria, and it is a very good country. Welcome, Helen.
Thank you, Tom. So because of time, I would rush my presentation a bit. So using dialogue, we try to use dialogue to see how in conflict-affected communities, how dialogue can promote positive peace. And then looking at dialogue being the basis for peace building, as it serves as a process for human reconciliation efforts and usher in other peace building processes. So that informed what we used in the Northeast Nigeria. So Nigeria as a whole, Borno State, and that is the map of the state. Out of the 27 local governments, 24 out of that local government was affected by the conflict, which has become protracted conflict. And based on the UN OCHA's report of last year, about 8.4 million people are still displaced, and Borno State has the highest number. And then you have people within community that they have to interact. So the goal of the SCI was to use dialogue to promote, in promoting positive peace, so as communities can coexist peacefully and use dialogue as the approach in addressing community concerns that is of priority to them. And then we looked at, based on the challenges that was encountered, due to the high presence of international organizations in Borno State, it was not easy to implement the SCI, but through good community entry, engaging with the stakeholders, explaining what Rotary Peace Fellowship meant, it was easy to kind of get and engage their participation. Next slide. So the theory of change concerning this project was that if communities are included in a participatory process where they can prioritize their needs, their challenges, and then those challenges can be addressed, then communities will be capable to influence their own local solutions. So during the course of the implementation, next slide. During the course of the implementation, next slide. During the course of the implementation, communities were able to agree and come up with issues that challenge them as a community and prioritize it for us to be able to engage in a dialogue process. Because one of the gaps working in the humanitarian sector is that if there is a conflict, the first response is people need food, water, and possibly few items. But then they are not really given that opportunity in a dialogue process where they can actually say what their real needs are. So that was part of the strong foundation, engaging them in dialogue to understand what their priority needs were. And then we had different sessions of trainings, and then I was able to partner with 2 civil society organizations which supported as a means of sustainability, because I don't know if I'll still be there or I'll move to another location. So I partnered with the civil society organizations in implementing the SCI so that they can continue engaging the communities in dialogue. And then from the key findings from the SCI, it reflected that the process or the engagement in engaging that particular community in dialogue was very key and relevant towards their own development. And we could see from the key finding results, the capacity building was relevant to most of the participants that attended the trainings. And then we also tried to look at topics that could help the community so as to build their conflict resolution mechanism skills. So we looked at training at other alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, and we also built their capacity in terms of knowing on the 8 pillars of positive peace, because that is something that is recent and is of interest to Rotary, and we could contextualize it to that particular community which they saw the relevance and understood the key importance of the 8 pillars of positive peace. Thank you. Okay, so now we would like to hear the responses from the previous questions that we asked. Thank you.
Maintain the garden, harvest, then sell later on to get money. So all that time, their revenues are kind of shaky. So you must apply a mixed enterprise approach. For example, the people who are producing beans, they can also be having some chicken at home. I'm talking of those small enterprises given the target group. So you must practice mixed enterprise so that they are assured of a daily income or a weekly income instead of waiting for 3-4 months to get that big lot. Secondly, you have to think about value addition. apparently support a group of farmers who are in dairy farming, and they have an issue with marketing of their milk. We have tried to get investors who can work with them to see that the farmers get value of their milk. But this is what is happening. The investor who wants to come wants to lease their processing plant and doesn't want the farmers to know what he gets or what she gets from the market. So for us, we are very aware that the price of milk fluctuates every day at the farm. But if you go to buy UHT milk, it's always 3,500. For those who know Ugandan shillings, you can maybe say $1, which is almost constant. If you're going to buy yogurt, same thing. So we are kind of stuck. So somewhere, if there is a possibility of facilitating these people to do value addition, of course I know for beans it's complicated. I'm sorry, I'm about to stop. For beans it may be complicated, but for other enterprises, I think you need to see how you can add value. I talked about access to finance. There's a need to put some strategies how the farmers can access finance. For example, establishing small village savings and credit associations within the group. If you put them in a group and they have a way they access their own finance. Yeah, I think that's all I have to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, in East Africa, and talking well basically implies you give a short bribe. Then that raises the question of what are the ethical issues in development work when you need to compromise? Are you therefore going to compromise? Is it a necessary evil in development work? Yeah, do you need to talk well?
Okay.
But in this case, I was in Kisumu City, dealing with the street children. And for your information, I just use the term street children because of this work. But it is not all that allowed. The language which is allowed is street-connected families. So I ended up using street children because when I left Makerere, I left when already it was indicated street children. So Baba in the street, that's the father in the street, meaning he has been in the street for quite a number of years. He claims to own the street and he knows all the corners. When you want to see maybe some boys in the ghetto, somewhere, he is the one to take you. And his home is also street. So when I gave him something and food, doesn't mean that I bribed him. He also, it's just like Hussein talked of, you have a problem and also someone is coming for you also to solve the problem. So in this case also, I had to support Baba of the street for me to reach his children, not the biological children. Thank you.
Be children, but instead families that are connected on a street. Now, I wanted to know, did you bother to find out from the Baba about where these children later end up? Do they end up becoming Babas as well, or they remain children, or the term children is from us to subject it to them, even if they grow up past what ordinarily a child should be, so that would not continue referring to them as children. Number one. Number two, did you try to establish when Baba ceases to be Baba? Does it transform or translate into grand or something? It's a very interesting one. Then finally, after your findings, do you have in mind how you think these findings will empower you to think of a positive peace? I heard you people use positive peace, because there could be peace, but when it's not necessarily what you're aiming at. I want to thank you so much.
In an environment where there are street children, studied in the environment where there are street children. Even my office up to today is working, also is in the street, near the street children areas where street children are around. Bwana Tom, my question is that in Uganda, we have two categories of street children. We have what we call accompanied street children. Those are the street children who are coming from Karamajong, who are being trafficked from Karamajong to come and street beg. And we have what we call unaccompanied street children. Those children who come as far as Gulu, or 300 kilometers on buses to come to Kampala. Now, my question is, do you have the two categories, or you have one category of street children? That is one. Number two, it was on challenges, but you have already addressed them in your presentation. Number two is, how do the government of Kenya handle the situation of children who are on the streets? Number three, do you have, in Uganda we have a street children ordinance, which was launched. Do you have a street children ordinance in Kenya? Lastly, the Baba, you're talking about the Baba. Even in Uganda we have the Baba. We call them street uncles. Those are the people who have been on the street for years and years. Sometimes in graduation, they graduate and they come up with organization that's serving street children. Maybe I can answer that, the situation of my brother was asking. So those are called the Babas. And also my request through the Lottery piece that I think we should encourage organization, we the host organization, to the exchange visits, so that, for example, my deal team can visit Kenya and we see the situation of street children. That can help us in benchmarking in regards to the techniques that they use in Kenya when they're handling street children. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
God has given me, and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation. We are a chosen generation. Come up to show His excellence. All I require for life. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, the way He says I am. I know who I am. I know who God says I am, where He says I am, where He says I am. I know who I am. I'm walking in power. I'm walking in miracles. I live a life of favor, 'cause I know who I am. I'm walking in power. I'm walking in miracles. I live a life of favor, 'cause I know who I am. Come on, dance for the Lord.
So Helen and the entire management team, those, the Alia Mustafa, Abdallah, okay. We now welcome Olaka Richie. Soleimane, sorry. Okay. Is it Suleiman? No, oh, really? That's Ghana? Peter. Okay, Peter is online. Okay. Divine. Samuel Ford should follow. What? Okay. Mohaded Sylvia. No. He's Samuel Ford. Samuel Ford. No, hold on. Sylvia, just hold on. Okay, Muhammad Khalif presented online. Okay. Richard. Taufik Olaniyo. Michelle. Hussein Asanga. Yes. Achere presented online. Achere presented online. So you can just keep that. Maroline. Maroline. Miriam Oguike. Musaka Mulanga. Tom. Sini people. Helen Balami. Thank you.
I would like to really thank you very much. All academic staff present, Professor Chikoma, Professor Eric, Professor Ireta, Dr. Mpiang, we are welcoming them to the university. Isaac Davis, please pick a pin. One pin. Pick one pin, please. Please pick a pin. Please pick a pin. That's not fair. Okay, at this point, friends that are watching us, we are welcoming cohort 6 officially.
very, very, very wonderful event. And I think that we are learning a lot. I had not been at this event before, even though I've been teaching on the program, but I've realized that it is a very, very good event. You see off the one group and welcome a new group. And you do it at an event where the old group is demonstrating what you can achieve when you come on this program. And it is not demonstrating normally what we do in academia, a dissertation, a thesis, but a very important output, which is a social change initiative. I was very impressed. The initiatives that all of you have touched on or are focusing on are very, very foundational, and I hope you can, continue with them, because in that way, then we can be able to impact society and it can help to solve all these challenges that society is actually facing. Now to the new one, the challenge is already there. You've seen the guys that you are replacing, they have done very wonderfully. They have put the bar very high, I would imagine. But I am trusting that you came with all this enthusiasm, and that enthusiasm has actually been even more stimulated by seeing what your colleagues have done. So I'm looking forward at the end of your time here to again come back and see even more exciting initiatives that you can come up with. Promise me. And don't promise what you will not do, because I will be here to remind you that, but I know. So you are most sincerely welcomed to this university. And we pride in this program as the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training. We actually pride in this program because it is actually one of those few programs that has a bigger percentage of the students, international students. As a directorate, this is one of our exemplar programs, and we're encouraging other units to copy from this program and design the curriculum that is very attractive so that we can reach far and wide. Because the issues that we tackle here on the program are very good. So if we could spread this kind of programming to all other areas in the colleges, we have a similar thing in SEDAT, we have a similar thing in KAYES, we have a similar thing in CHS and so on. I'm sure we'll be able to achieve a lot in helping governments and other actors in solving social problems. So once again, thank you very much for coming, and I wish these ones a good stay here, but I also wish the ones that are now completing even a more brighter future. With the kind of ideas I've seen here, the future can only be bright. Thank you very much.
The leadership of the university, headed by the DVC, the principals here, particularly the Rotary Peace Center. I thank you so much. Some of you may be wondering what brings a policeman in the room. I thank you so much at the Rotary Peace Center for always inviting the Uganda Police Force whenever there are CAPSTONE conferences. We have attended all since the first one. I'm Senior Commissioner of Police, Kafero Moses. I head the Police Senior Command and Staff College of Uganda, but I'm also here to represent the IGP. The lecturers of the, first of our college is affiliated to Makerere University, the police college. So the lecturers at the Rotary Peace Center also lecture at our college of the senior police officers. Therefore, that's what connects the police, the Uganda Police Force. We are professionalizing. That's why Professor Helen Nkabala, we are in touch. That's what links us to her. Professor Dr. Veneranda Mbabazi, Professor Tamsuza, Professor Chan, So we have always participated because the Rotary Peace Center plays a big role in supporting the professionalizing of the Uganda Police Force. Interestingly, and by coincidence, I'm also a Rotarian. So I would have been here just as a mere police officer. But again, I'm a Rotarian who is a PHF +1. That's why my badge is here. And also interestingly, this year, I'd always dodged, but this year, I'm a Hope Creator President of the Rotary Club of Mukono Central. Therefore, now this links me so well to the Rotary Peace Center. Even I've paid for the Rotary Peace concert of 3rd November, the $100. So that's what now links me to Dr. Margaret. That was links me to IPP Kone of Sunday. And I'm also here somewhere. I play role in the Rotary Peace Center as a Rotarian in one of the committees. I'm also a student of PhD at Makerere University. I'm doing a PhD in education management. That's why my boss, the dean, Professor Chikoma, is here. I hope I'm a good student. But I told him today I came as a police officer. Now, finally, I thank the presenters for today, cohort 4. Really, you have shown that if there is research done, it can support peace initiatives. You have given practical incidents that can be adopted. And like I said, the police, we are professionalizing. We are doing a lot of research that informs our policy, but also informs the way we police. Modern policing is to do with the coordinating with the communities to solve problems, not only coming in to fight with the community, but you find what are the societal problems and how do we jointly solve them without confronting each other on the streets with the tear gas. So that's why as police we have adopted this proactive approach where we work with the communities, we work with the academia, and we research and therefore solve policing issues. Definitely, like earlier said, a society which is peaceful will develop faster. That's why as police we believe if we are to have quicker economic development, we need to have a peaceful society. There is a lot of scholarly literature which has proved that modern policing is about proactive approach, not reactive. And therefore, today's presenters, and we have our students, the senior police officers who are taught by Makerere at our College of Police, a master's in peace and conflict studies. They always graduate from here at the Freedom Square. So I have no doubt that your research here, your presentations will help them a lot in their career at masters. I've already requested Professor Helen Kabala to present some of these clips such that you read this good work that you have presented. As I sit down, there was something interesting on the street children, which you saw, which was presented by Tom Omondi. Let me tell you something about street children in Uganda, and they relate so well with the Kenyan approach. The kids you see here in Uganda, they also operate in terms of areas of focus. Those who still, of course we keep removing them. I've commanded this system, one time I commanded it for 4 years as the command of Kampala Metropolitan Police. We remove them, of course, take them for rehabilitation, but some return to the street. There are efforts which are always ongoing. But like Tom said here, unless we have the underlying issues, picking them off the street, they will return in the following day in the evening. But if we solve those domestic issues, it is which lead them to the streets. Now these ones of Uganda, those who steal phones from Clock Tower will never cross to Entebbe Road. They have areas of operation. They have leaders, as Mr. Mondi rightly said. they share the loot. When you steal a phone, in the evening, you sit together and agree on what you have stolen and then share. You don't take what you have taken. But again, interestingly, they have the humane side also. Whenever we would arrest them, when you interview them, they tell you, when we see somebody is disabled, somebody is too old, we are sympathetic, we don't take their phones. Because again, that one is disabled, again, you take the valuable. So interestingly, they have the humane side of it. So it's a very interesting research, and I thank Mr. Mondi. So with those few remarks, I thank the Rotary Peace Center, and hopefully we shall continue working together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kafero. Please run away from Professor Chikoma. You will get it as fast as you want it. The other one is this gentleman here. Those people, they made my life something. But I'm proud of them, really, really proud of them. Okay. So we will have a dinner tomorrow for the Rotary Peace Center. My Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Henry Alinaito, to address us.
So thank you very much for inviting me to just give a few remarks as we close this event. Police, our key stakeholders, the academic registrar, top management of the university, the director of graduate training, the principal Corners, the principal Chus, the Rotarians who are supporting all these activities, the cohorts, cohort 6, cohort 4. I don't know where cohort 5 is. That one I can't answer. Maybe they are out there in the field collecting data, but I'm sure they could also be having representatives. All of us at this occasion. So mine is really to represent the face of the university as we close. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate cohort 4 that has got their they have got their certificates. I think let's clap for them. It's always good to see people add qualifications and add skills onto what they are doing. So I'm sure those certificates are going to be very, very useful in their lives and also in the communities, in the countries where they serve. The issue of peace, I think, cannot be underscored. When you look at pictures from Gaza and Israel, which have been streaming this last week, you really realize the importance of peace and the way we take it for granted. Hardly 2 weeks ago, the place was relatively peaceful. But now you can see the kind of destruction, the kind of suffering that people are going through. I think I was just reading a clip this afternoon where they were saying that a hospital with 500 people, I think it was bombed and all of them died, something like that. 500 people dying at the same time. So imagine the kind of bloodshed. When you look at regions like Russia, Ukraine, again, that's another story of peace or no peace. You look at other regions in the world, peace is a bit elusive in a way. And I think I see a person, a clergy here. I think these allude to the fact, actually not just one clergy, a number of clergymen, the fact that people are born sinful. And remember when Adam and Eve were in the garden and they sinned, and then suffering started from there. So all of us are in a way contributors to the issue of either peace or no peace. The way we are jealous, the way we fight for some things. In engineering, we normally have a quick way of remembering the key things on a project. And they say one of them is money. Of course, construction always requires money. And most conflicts are about money also. They're about materials. Many conflicts are about materials. Fighting for resources, the meager resources. They are about, the mindset. Mindset is important. They're about the markets. You are fighting for markets, and they are always there. So I think this initiative is very, very good for not just Uganda, but the entire world. So on behalf of Makerere University, I want to thank Rotary International and the Rotary Peace Center for this. The supporters, the funders, we can't take it for granted. I think let's clap for them. I know, was it last year, Helen, when the president of Rotary came to Uganda and we had even some banquet somewhere, I think Munyonyo. It was really colorful and I could see the kind of generosity. Because this is not an initiative that is forced on to people. This is where people just contribute. You say, you know, I want this and that, and then they pull resources together and do something. So I think if the entire world could take up this, then it would be much more peaceful and would have a better world to live in. So Makerere takes pride of participating in this. I know my colleague has said there are many people from outside Uganda. We have international students. And Makerere is also very well known for being a good institution in the region. Of course, Makerere is the premier and oldest university in this region. And so I think even you, the graduates, you should take pride that you have come and got a certificate from Makerere University. I think let's come from Makerere as well. Wherever I've been to many of your countries. I've been to Nigeria, I've been to Zambia, I've been to Argentina, and those other, Finland, I've been to Finland. And wherever you go and you mention the name Makerere, it sounds strong. So let's keep it up. You now become the good ambassadors of Makerere. Let's not just stop here. Let's make sure that we invite others also to partake of this knowledge that is available here as we serve humanity. I want to thank you, and I don't know what I should do on this note, that I should just say thank you and wish you a nice evening. Thank you very much. So, oh, okay. So I know my friend Helen is a protocol person, so she's advising me that I should then pronounce that with the powers that have been vested into me, I therefore declare this conference closed. Thank you very much.
My name is Divine Jamsi. I am from Cameroon. I'm a Rotary Peace Fellow alumni. I just graduated and received my postgraduate diploma in peace building and conflict transformation. My social change initiative, which I would like to share with you, was titled Enhancing Citizenship and Active Youth Participation for the Advancement of Peace in Cameroon. That is because it has been noticed that there is a systematic exclusion of young people in political participation in the country through the electoral code, which is in section 45 of the electoral code that has to be modified because the caution fee to pay into the state treasury is too high for young people to participate in political, to run for office. A young Cameroonian cannot pay that amount of money, which is 30 million CFA francs. And also, we have noticed the vote 18, that is through the vote 18, the voting age in Cameroon is really too high, which is 20 years. You see that it is a systematic exclusion of young people because the right to the voting age is 20 years, which is really high, whereas a young person in Cameroon can have an identity card at the age of 18, drink alcohol at the age of 18, enter into the armed force at the age of 18, and to die for the nation at the age of 18, unfortunately cannot vote or choose a leader in his or her, in their country. So that is what my social change initiative focused on, and it was more of a diplomatic approach to engage young people and the members of parliament and the state officials so that together we can see how we can include young people in the political aspiration of Cameroon to run for office. So, and because that has really caused unpatriotism, it has caused violence among young people because they are manipulated. So that is what my social change initiative focus on. and it was important that we address that problem. And it's also I'm going to sustain this social change initiative year in, year out, so that we see that there is no exclusion of young people in the political system of the country, which is more or less the systematic restriction. So I want to thank the Rotary Peace Center and Rotary International for giving me this prestigious opportunity. I would say that it is one of the best in the world, and I promise to continue to be a peace fellow, to work for peace building, and so that together we make the world a safe haven. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Have a good day. Stay blessed. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marilyn Besai from Liberia, and I'm a Rotary Peace Fellow, a graduate. I did my SCI in a community in Liberia, ensuring a community-based approach to sexual and gender-based violence and to protect the rights of women in marginalized communities in Liberia. This program has impacted my life in so many ways. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful to the Rotary Peace Fellowship. I'm so grateful to Rotary International for having me experience this great initiative. I'm overwhelmed. I don't even know what to say. I have a long way to go with the Rotary, because this initiative is not stopping yet. I am grateful so much. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle Cartier. I'm from Colombia, South America. My social change initiative focused on working with young students and teachers in a region of my country to contribute to disseminate the content of the final report published by the Truth Commission that we had after a peace agreement signed in 2016, particularly through the creation of podcasts with fictional stories that talk about the conflict in that region and in general the conflict of our country, because I'm certain that in order to avoid the conflict from recurring and from repeating, it's very important that everyone, and especially the younger generations, actually know what has been happening as part of the conflict and in general the history of their country and their communities. Thank you very much.
My name is Musaka Mlanga Chikobola. I'm from Zambia. I worked with farmers in terms of rolling out a market access project in terms of the social change initiative. So we had like two objectives. The first one was to train farmers and officers in the aggregation model. And then the second thing that was done was to promote a digital platform so that we increase in terms of the efficiency of market access for farmers. And then thereafter, these things were supposed to lead to, that is, improvement in terms of productivity, which will eventually lead to increased food security. In terms of my experience in Uganda, it was nice because we had several things. It wasn't just to do with the classroom experience, but then we had several trips where we could learn like different contexts in terms of something that can lead to peace. And I would encourage those that are willing, that is, to join us hands so that we can do peace activities, that is, to apply at Makerere University and do a one-year program. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Olani Olani from Quad 4. I am so delighted to be a part of this study in peace building and conflict transformation. It's been a very wonderful journey the last 1 year, and thanks to Rotary International for providing this opportunity to build capacity in the area of peace building and conflict transformation. And the last 1 year I've engaged in my social change initiative, which is focused on strengthening communication framework in two target communities in Rivers State, Nigeria, to enhance and build sustainable peace building mechanisms in our communities. All through this social change initiative, I learned so much, and also appreciate that I'm able to meet more stakeholders to engage issues of communication in oil producing communities in Rivers State, Nigeria. And of course, it has also helped us to create more platform to engage issues of how oil communities could be better treated so that violent actions could be avoided. And I think this opportunity is also adding to the effort of Rotary International in the area of building world peace. And I also want to encourage people to be a part of peace building processes. Thank you very much. God bless you.
My name is Suleiman Soumaoro from Côte d'Ivoire. I'm a development project assistant. I'm working in the development activities for more than 7 years now. I would like to share my experiences during my social change initiative activities. But I would like to talk about the fundraising, from the fundraising period to the achievement. This social change initiative, one point I learned during this social change initiative was many learning during the social change initiative. We was talking about youth involvement in peace building process. Thanks, this is really something we have to strengthen youth involvement. Use youth as a partners in peace building. This is very important to get successful in the peace building program. Thank you very much.
My name is Richie Olaka. I'm a Rotary Peace Fellow from Kenya, and I'm a student here. I'm a fellow at the Makerere University Rotary Peace Center. This experience has been really insightful. Thank you so much, Rotary Foundation, and thank you so much, all Rotarians who just make this possible. During this program, I learned a lot. I shared on best practices on peace building and conflict transformation from with different people from different countries and different places. It has been insightful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this engagement. I look forward to implementing my social change initiative. I was working with security sector reforms back in Kenya, and part of my reforms are around just integrating the positive pillars of peace. I intend to carry on with that.